I mean, you face him,
Okay.
and then you can, Mr. Lowry. No. Mr. Deputy Sheriff, will you please call this meeting to order?
All rise. Hear ye, the Honorable County Commissioners meeting of Shelby County, Tennessee is now for the transaction business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this commission, draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. Please remain standing.
All right, thank you. Elder Nicholas McNeil, pastor of Tipton Church of God in Christ, is doing her invocation. Please come down. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I would like to extend honor to the chair, vice chair of the Shelby County Commissioners, the entire Shelby County Board, the mayor and the mayor's administration, the sheriff deputies, and to you, the citizens of Shelby County. I will read for your hearing Hebrews chapter 10, verses 23 through 25. Let us hold tightly without wavering to the hopes we affirm, for God can be trusted to keep his promise. Let us think of ways to motivate one another to acts of love and good works. And let us not neglect our meeting together, as is the habit of some, but encourage one another, especially now that the day of Christ's return is drawing near. Let us bow our heads and pray. Our most gracious and eternal Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the privilege and the opportunity you have so graciously given us. Lord, we are appreciative to you for every blessing, both great and small, that you have showered upon our lives. We are thankful for life, health, strength, and we are thankful for how your plan included us being here today. And while we are here today, God, we want you to be glorified and we want you to be magnified. No, this is not a church service, but this is still an opportunity for your name to be made big. No, this is not a church service, but this is still an opportunity for your name to be celebrated. This is still an opportunity for your name to be exalted. This is still an opportunity for your will to be made known and done in us. So God, we tell you, thank you. Thank you because we are gathered in the midst of leaders. Thank you because we are gathered in the midst of public servants. Thank you because we are gathered in the midst of citizens who all have a heart, mind, and desire to discuss and take the necessary steps to move this county forward according to your will. So God, we ask that you have your way here today. We ask that you touch and move upon the chair and vice chair, move upon the entire board, move upon the mayor and the mayor's administration, the sheriff deputies, and the citizens of Shelby County. We ask that you align each and every mind, align each and every heart with your purpose, with your will, with your plan for today. So we pray that you help us to carry out the mission in your word, where it instructs us to trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lead not unto thine own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. These blessings we ask in and through your son, Jesus' name. Thank God and amen.
Amen. Commissioner Lowry, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Commissioner Lowry, if you wouldn't mind presenting Pastor McNeil as the chaplain of the day.
Chair and Commissioners, honored here to thank Elder Nicholas McNeil for that encouraging prayer. I'm always touched when we have people of God that come speak before this body, and hope that we can always adhere and lead a little bit to not only our own understanding as we make these decisions. It's also good to see him in this capacity. I've known him at another capacity as well. We work together as well. So thankful for all the work you continue to do. Thank you for leading us today. So on behalf of Chairman Whaley and Board of Commissioners, we thank you for being our appointed chaplain of the day. Thank you so much. Y'all give him a round of applause.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Elder McNeil. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Clay Bibbs,
Present.
Caswell. Sugarman. Mills.
Present.
Ford.
Present.
Wright.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Thornton. Morrison. Brooks. Lowry.
Present.
Avant. Chairman Whaley.
Present.
We have 8 present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Can we get approval of the minutes of the previous session without objection from August 11th, 2025? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. It's possible to join the meeting in 2 ways: via the designated email account boc.email@shelbycountykn.gov or via phone at 901-222-1234. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the rest of the rule.
Members of the public who desire to address the county commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by a deputy. Members of the public shall be permitted to address the county commission unless ruled out of order by the chair or denied the opportunity to speak by a majority vote of the commissioners present and voting. Please note that as it pertains to public comment, our rules of order set a limit of no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. The chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the county commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval or disapproval. Disruptive members of the public are subject to removal from the commission chambers by the deputy sheriff. Thank you for your attention and in advance for your cooperation today.
All right, thank you. I want to again highlight our staff and commissioners' birthdays for the month of August. We had Commissioner Ford had his birthday last week, I believe, and then we also had birthdays with Rashad Cobb on the 11th, Marie Thomas on the 13th, Lynn Ford on the 16th, and Seja Khalid on the 24th, yesterday. So happy birthday to all. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution honoring Dr. Nicole Gates Golden, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chairman. I was looking everywhere for you, right in front of me. This is a very easy one for me in honoring Dr. Nicole Gates, a good friend of mine. Dr. Gates, come on up, and Brother Gates, you can come with her. I'm sorry, they are now Golden, not Gates. So the Golden Gates just got married. So, but this young lady here, I truly can say in 2008, when I landed in a lot of my work in the Fraser community, running the Raleigh Rangeline Community Development Corporation, she was heading the work around baby stores or helping around infant mortality, where Fraser had some of the highest infant mortality rate in third world countries. And at that time, because Mayor Mark Luttrell at the time, seeing the great work she was doing, brought her on board with his administration, she turned that great work over to me and our organization. And from there, it was history being made from my work on the ground in Fraser and the surrounding community. So I just thank Dr. Nicole Gates, and I'm just going to read a little bit here about her and her great work in our community. And it said, whereas Dr. Gates Golden is a dynamic force in servant leadership, community service, and entrepreneurship, whose life and work amplifies the highest standards of integrity, compassion, and innovation. Her active involvement on the boards of Legacy of Legends CDC, Devout Academy, Youth First Foundation, and the Golden Institute reflects her passion for education, youth development, and sustainable community. Dr. Gates have served Shelby County government with distinction in the roles of Infant Mortality Initiative Coordinator, Public Affairs Specialist, and most recently as the District Connector of District 6, consistently demonstrating her deep commitment to the health, equity, civic engagement, public service, and whereas a serial entrepreneur and founder of Successful Single Moms and the owner of the Soul Shio Unlimited, Dr. Gates Golden has created transformative platform from empowering single mothers and women entrepreneurs. She now serves as the executive director of the Golden Key Entrepreneur Training Academy, alongside her husband Charlie, furthering extending her mission to bridge the gap to provide aspiring leaders in real world skill sets. And I can go on, Dr. Gates, you know I can, but I just go here to say, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commission of Shelby County, Tennessee, that we do hereby honor Dr. Nicole Gates, Gates Golden, and commend her for the enduring legacy she continues to build for generations to come throughout the Shelby County and beyond. For those who don't know, Dr. Gates, in serving as district connector, recently resigned and stepped down to run her own business, but has been a powerful force in our community. And one of the great things, a lot of great things came out of her work with our district connectors, and they're going to be here in our next meeting to share, was this couple found each other out there in the community doing connector work, and now they're married. And so I'm excited to have them as great partners of ours and to honor her on today for all the great work she has done throughout Shelby County and the city. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to share something really quick. Yeah, bring that down for me. Thank you. Short people need that. I read a quote this morning. I just wanted to share it. It says, the greatness of a community is the most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. So for me, I'm just doing my part. Even as a district connector, all the work I've done in Fraser and Raleigh, through Shelby County government, I'm just doing my part. And if we all just do our part, I think we'll have a greater Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Caswell, and thank you, Dr. Gates Golden. Before you sit down, we do have Commissioner Lowry in the queue that may want to share some words with you. Commissioner Lowry, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman and Dr. Golden. Just saying congratulations and thank you for all the work you're doing, as well as your husband as well. I know behind obviously every good thing that you do, you have support there as well, and you have a tremendous story as well. So, and I just don't know, I mean, you've made this commissioner all he can be. I don't know he's going to exist without you. So, but thank you for all the work you continue to do.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you again. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution honoring and recognizing the Healing Center Full Gospel Church, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me, along with, although Commissioner Thornton is en route, she did initiate this because of the work that is happening both 10 and 11. So it's with great honor that I stand here today to be able to talk about these great people from the Healing Center. Before I read all of the accolades, I just want to acknowledge the fact that it's a lot of great work that's coming out of the Healing Center. If you have not encountered the work of Bishop Young and Pastor Diane Young, you're missing out. They have been doing this work for, at this point, 40 plus years. And so the idea of just honoring them today means a lot to me, more so because I know people who have encountered their services and who have been the better for it. So I stand here as someone who can really appreciate their work and talk about all of the great things that they do, both in District 11 and 10. So I'm going to read pieces of this because it is very lengthy, but I will start with, whereas Pastor Diane Young labored in ministry with her husband, the late Bishop William Young, at the Healing Center Full Gospel Baptist Church in Memphis, Tennessee, where she is proficient in organizing, unifying, and networking. Pastor Young currently serves as senior pastor by continuing the work she and her husband, Bishop William Young, labored together, building a network of saving lives for over 46 years before his transition on October 10th, 2020. 2022. And whereas Pastor Young attended the University of Memphis, Light University, and Tennessee State University. She attended California University, where she received her BA and Master of Christian Counseling Psychology. She received an honorary doctorate from St. Thomas Christian College in Jacksonville, Florida, and is a certified wellness inventory coach and certified marriage and family counselor. She is also a member of the American Association of Christian Counselors. And whereas Pastor Young has preached and conducted many workshops and seminars across the country, she and her husband were co-founders of the National Suicide in the Black Church Conference. The first conference was held in 2003 with about 50 attendees. It has since grown to over 400 attendees. Pastor Young served on the board of Memphis Mental Health and is a member of the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Planning and Policy Council. She currently serves as a member of the board of Western State Mental Institute, West Cancer Foundation Board, and is a member of the NAMI, Tennessee, and now serves as an advisor. And whereas Pastor Young was named WMC TV5 Hometown Hero in November 2021, she was recognized by the National Association of Social Workers Tennessee chapter with the Public Citizen of the Year Award in March 2022. In 23, Pastor Young was appointed to the Governor's Faith-Based and Nonprofit Initiatives Board for the state of Tennessee. She also serves as on the board of Gilliam Communications and Alliance Healthcare. Whereas in February 2024, Pastor Young was recognized with the Sigma Rho Lambda Community Service Award by the men of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Currently, she is COO, Chief Operating Officer for the Emotional Fitness Centers of Tennessee, the Wellness and Stress Clinic of Memphis, and Project Manager. Basis of Memphis, Shelby County's family organization. She served as Community Service Manager for the United States Postal Service in Memphis, Tennessee, Executive Director of the Glorious Future Head Start, and Administrator of Heavenly Touch Center of Learning. And whereas Pastor Young facilitates support groups, ministerial training classes, and individual and marriage counseling at the Healing Center's Counseling Center, and co-hosts the oldest Christian radio show every Sunday in the greater Memphis Mid-South area, On the Road to Healing, for 30 years. Now, that's just a snapshot of everything that Senior Pastor Diane Young has done. But if you could see probably her testimony are her children and her Healing Center family. So I'll allow her a few moments.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the honor, but I have to say it's all about teamwork. And I appreciate the fact that the church is moving outside of the walls, and we're not just addressing the soul of the spirit, but we're addressing the soul. And so we're dealing with the mind, and now we're understanding that mental health has to be addressed, and that the church has to be at the table when we talk about mental health. So now it's grown, and we appreciate it. I thank God for this is my other son. I don't think nobody know this one, but this son right here is co-pastor at the Healing Center. So we're trying to keep this thing going, and everybody behind me, partners, and also members of the Healing Center. Thank you all so much for the honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks again. Before you all take a seat, we have a few commissioners that want to share some words with you. Commissioner Lowry, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good to see you all again. I thoroughly enjoyed service on Sunday, and congratulations on 34 years. I need to get me an orange shirt so I can feel like part of the family. All right, but listen, Pastor and family, the best thing I can say is, and this is to your church member that's right behind you as well, when I met him on Sunday, he recently told me he just joined the church maybe 3 weeks ago. And he said, I'm telling you, since day one, it's been like home for me. And that's what actually church should be like. And so the fact you're only doing that now inside your walls, but outside your walls, continue to have an impact on the community. I want to say thank you again so much for what you do. I know it's not in my district, but at the same time, we appreciate the impact you're having there. So thank you so much. Good to see you all again.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Caswell?
Again, thank you so much. I can say this as being a part of your community for many years is that when I look at the work that I've been able to do, it's because of your leadership and again, the legacy of you and your husband, your family for many years. One of the things I just want to contribute to Dr. Young and how they opened their hearts during the pandemic. We came down, we had visit your clinic at the hospital there at the church, and we in Fraser was dealing with the fact of how do we get our families to the hospitals, to the clinics. Y'all opened y'all doors, y'all showed us how to get it done. We took it back to Impact Church, and I was just with Labana, and they was bragging on it that 70% of the children in Fraser are now being seen by coming to that church because of that model that you showed us how to get it done. So you're making an impact all over this county, so thank you for your leadership in this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Vice Chair Evant?
Yes, I just want to echo others' thoughts and really the accolades to you and the work that you're doing, which we know is hard work. It comes from a place of love and care for this community. And so do want to congratulate you on your anniversary, but also just thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs, for serving in my seat. I just want to say just thank you. It's been a pleasure to get to know the Oak Haven community and just to see the way that your doors are always open. The most recent meeting that I had at the Healing Center was with moms who's lost children to gun violence, and just to see the way that you facilitated that grief counseling and just created a safe space for them, it was really heartwarming. And so I view the Healing Center as necessary, not just only to Oak Haven, but to our city and county. So thank you to your team. Thank you to all those that are keeping you lifted up, and I just really appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all again very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 4.
Item 4 is a special resolution honoring Tennessee House Minority Leader Karen Camper for her years of service, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Okay, Chair.
All right, yep, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so Lady Camper called me and said she was sick and that I mentioned that I can defer it to September 8th. And she said to thank us for recognizing her and she can come on the 8th. So I'd like to defer it.
Okay, sounds great. Without objection, we'll defer that item to September 8th. Thank you very much. All right, please read item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution recognizing Tyrone and Nelda Burrows in honor of Black Philanthropy Month, sponsored by Chairwoman-elect Shantae Avant.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Vice Chair Evans?
Yes, Chair. They were not able to be here today. I also would like to defer to the 8th, if that's possible.
Okay, without objection, we'll defer item 5 to September 8th. Okay, thank you very much. Sure. All right, commissioners, let's take 2 minutes to review the consent agenda, starting with item 6, and let us know if there are any items you wish to pull. All right, Commissioner Ford?
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of not pulling every item, I only have two. And those two items are 8 and 15. Thank you.
Okay, 8 and 15. Thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
Yes, I need to pull items 12 and 14 so I can recuse on those.
Sorry, 12 and 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12 and 14. Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we pull 18, please?
Item 18, okay. All right, any other items that need to be pulled? We are going to pull items 8, 12, 14, 15, 18. Got it? All right. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read the consent agenda with the exception of the items pulled.
Item 6 comes from the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee with Commissioner Bradford as Vice Chair. Item 6 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a planned development amendment for land located at 12635 U.S. Highway 64, known as case number PD 2025-007CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant. Item 7 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 7 is a resolution approving the purchase of web redesign ultimate implementation from Civic Plus LLC in a total amount not to exceed $66,831.60. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $66,831.60, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 9 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Bradford. Item 9 is a resolution to accept the public improvements and to release a subdivision performance bond letter of credit dated April 19, 2024, that secured the improvements to Stone Creek PD Phase 2, PD 06-345CO, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman. Item 10 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee with Commissioner Thornton as acting chair. Item 10 is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis for the provision of housing and caring for animals both impounded by County Animal Control and surrendered by county residents from unincorporated areas outside of the City of Memphis for payment of FY 2025 contract and for the renewal contract for FY 2026 beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 with an option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires an amount not to exceed $300,000 for FY 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 11 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 11 is a resolution approving acceptance of an in-kind donation of 1 canvas oil painting funded by the Friends of Judge Larry E. Potter and created by the artist Frank Morris with a monetary value of $10,000, which is a still life photo of the Honorable Judge Larry E. Potter for display in the General Sessions Criminal Court, Division 14, Environmental Court, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 13 comes from the Community Services Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Caswell. Item 13 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Grant Fund operating budget to accept grant funds in the amount of $20,000 from the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund for the purposes of financial empowerment and banking access for youth for the period of July 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. This item requires expenditure and appropriation of grant funds in the amount of $20,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr. Item 16 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 16 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Henry E. Brooks. Item 17 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 17 is a resolution approving the sale of 62 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $349,970 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute with claim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, if we get a mover and seconder of the consent agenda. Moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on the consent agenda with the exception of the items pulled. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Avent, and Chairman Whaley. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, consent passes. Item number 8.
Item 8 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Wright as acting chair. Item 8 is a resolution approving the contract to audit the fiscal year of 2025 financial statements of Shelby County government by Cherry Bakert, LLP, Banks Finley White and Company, and Watkins Juberal P. LLC. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $905,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. Item 8 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. I do support the item, but I need to make 2 statements, so I don't have any questions, Ms. Schonbaum, so you don't have to come up to the well. One, we have to do a little bit better making these timelines. We really do. When we don't have particular things in order, from having our budget passed in a timely manner so that finance can do what they need to do to get it to the comptroller. And then when we have issues on who is going to be the auditor, that disrupts another timeline. So we have our June 30th, our August 31st, and our December 31st deadlines. I've noticed it's also gotten later when we receive our annual comprehensive financial reports. We used to get those reports around January 31st. If you go back and look at the last 3 years, we're talking about a month before another proposed budget is being considered. We have to do a little bit better than that. As far as this item that's on the table, I still do have concern, even though I'm going to support this item because we must get it done, that according to you, Ms. Schonbaum, we used to spend $600,000 on our auditor. This is a 50% uptick. I know it is an emergency, but I really believe, and again, I'm supporting this item, that a 50% increase, it being an emergency, that's sort of a challenge, because you're basically saying that somebody's services, and I hope that we weren't just at the mercy of trying to get something done to where they put a price and we had no choice but to accept that price. I don't even know if particular foods and other things have gone up 50%, but services, we have to get this done. So I would ask my colleagues to support this item, but we definitely need to start looking at our timelines and try to do a little bit better, as well as making sure that whoever our auditor is for the next fiscal year is a group that can definitely do the job. And I'll say this lastly, because it's got brought up in committee. There's at least one group that I know is not local, and it's the first group. But if they can go ahead and get the job done and we can learn from them to get our business set, then let's go ahead and do what we need to do. I will vote for this item, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 8. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Avent, Chairman Whaley. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, item number 8 passes. Item 12.
Item 12 comes from the Community Services Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Caswell. Item 12 is a resolution to approve a service provider contract with Alliance Healthcare Services in an amount of $850,000 for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods for the provision of detoxification, substance abuse, and mental health services. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in the amount of $850,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. Item 12 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Caswell, can we have a committee report?
Yeah, this item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, I just needed to disclose, my company is currently working on the construction of the youth facility here, so I am not going to vote on this, although I don't think any of these dollars are going to that construction. I'm just going to keep it clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions during committee in reference to Alliance. And I was told that they didn't have any information at the time, that they would get me the information. Someone would be here today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Daniel Malone, Division of Community Services, Performance and Operations Administrator.
If you recall, I had some questions in reference to your statistical outcomes.
There were some questions. We had two items before you for Alliance. For crisis stabilization, I believe there was a question on possibly the amount of people served by crisis in FY25. That number was over 6,000, 6,118 people, I believe.
Okay, and see, I think we had this oral recitation, and I think my issue was in regards to having
There were a set of documents. I apologize, Commissioner. Daniel Malone, Community Services. There were a set of documents emailed this morning that had a lot of information.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. This morning? Okay. Well, I'll have someone to print those off and get those to me. And this is in reference to the outcomes, right? And I haven't seen those. I haven't had time. Friday would have been a good time, but I guess you all didn't have time to get it to me on Friday.
There was a set of items sent this morning. If you can, if you would like to restate your question, I can make sure that they were in there.
No, don't. I'll just look back at them. I'll read them later. We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 12. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Aben, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has voted no. Commissioner Bradford has recused. I have 11 ayes, one no, and one recused.
Item 12 passes. Item 14.
Item 14 comes from the Community Services Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Caswell. Item 14 is a resolution to approve a service provider contract with Alliance Healthcare Services in the amount of $540,000 for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods for the provision of post-booking jail diversion services to individuals who are incarcerated and who have a severe and persistent mental illness. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in the amount of $540,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
All right, thank you. Item 14, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell on the committee report.
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bradford.
Similar to the last item, I'll be recusing on this one.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
I was going to speak on 12, but it goes together. So, thank you, Chair. What we spoke on, I don't have any questions, but if you still want to come up to the well, that's fine. we discussed mapping and all of those components in committee. I just wanted to give you a quick update. Much of the information that was given on record, as well as the work that was done. I did get a chance to be on a panel in Atlanta on Sunday at the All Black National Convention, and this was discussed. We're going to actually have a Zoom where we're going to be discussing more of the components. So I just wanted to say, for those that did work with the Racial Equity Ad Hoc Committee, many of the components and the people that work with you were instrumental in us putting that piece together. So there were about 3,300 participants, and there were probably about 300 people in that room. And they definitely want to get more information and see some pre-test, post-test data on what is being done locally, so that other jurisdictions could possibly implement that. I know Dr. Townsell, who's in the audience, I know that some of the components have been replicated in cities like Nashville. I just want to make sure that we can show great data for the purposes of helping our people, number one, and then number two, hopefully others who have that desire and will in their jurisdictions could possibly use you all as a model. So I just wanted to give you that update. And they did get the information. I gave it to Dr. Alicia Watkins, who's more of the clinical person. She's also the spouse of Dr. Boyce Watkins, who is the founder of the Black Business School and the All Black National Convention. So on behalf of those people that were in the room, thank you for your work, and I am in favor of this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the emails that you sent since committee. I just wanted to just pick up with the discussion from committee, just to clarify. So with the 540,000, it gives a capacity to serve about 80 people.
Standalone community services, yes, that was the number.
And then based off of service from last year, we served 38.
I believe it was 39. That's
39.
correct.
And so when we think about the gap, how are the monies that are unspent for, I guess, the total capacity that we have to serve, how are they being spent on other priorities? So we're paying for service for 80 based off of historical data. We serve half the amount. What are we using the remaining funds for?
Daniel Malone Community Services. So these funds primarily support staff positions for Alliance. So the funds that were dedicated last year were spent. It's not necessarily dependent on person served. This supports an entire staff at Alliance. So we have had those conversations between last Wednesday and today with both Alliance and the Public Defender's Office on that number. And they have seen an increase so far this fiscal year in their referrals. That would definitely put us closer to that 80 number for FY26. So that's encouraging so far. I do have Chief Aluko with the Public Defender's Office, Mr. Bill Rebillio with the Public Defender's Office, and Ms. Butterfield with Alliance Healthcare Services, who runs the Jericho Project.
Do we have data that shows how many persons that are incarcerated with severe mental illness, like how many total people are considered for these type of services? So last year we served 39. How many people were referred or could have been served?
Phyllis Aluko, Shelby County Public Defender. Just want to say, when it comes to the data, we would have the data of the number of applications that came into our office. We would not necessarily have the number of people who are housed in the jail who have been diagnosed with a severe and persistent mental illness. And with that,
I'd like to, if I may, I'm William Rebillio with the Public Defender's Office over the Special Litigation Unit. We have currently 28 individuals being served or being ready to be served by AHS. When I say ready to be served, that is, they have the community linkage plan. There may be a housing provider who says, we will take this individual, but we don't have a bed yet. Last year, we had slightly over 40 people who were referred specifically to our program, of which I think 39 were ultimately served. Some of those were referred to Alliance, but after a hearing, the judge declined probation or would not let the client out or something along those lines.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Thorne, I see you're back in the queue. I'm going to go to Commissioner Brooks real quick, and then we'll come back to you. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. So you said that you have 28 individuals who are being ready to be served. What is the total cost per referral? So what are you paying per person?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Tell them what I said.
You know, sorry, I started to say, Your Honor. Commissioner, I'm sorry.
You can
I
say
don't, I don't know the cost per referral. That's not what the legal team deals with. That'd be more a financial question.
Well, that would be important for us to know, because here we have what is this, 540,000 in front of us. I think that would be important for us to have some idea as to how many people, what we're paying per person, in order to make our own informed decision as to whether or not we're overpaying or underpaying.
Right.
Or if you're overserving or underserving.
Dan Malone Community Services, I do have that number provided by Alliance. Their estimated cost for one client for Jericho is $12,273.
273, okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Commissioner Brooks for asking that question. This item is one of like the smaller items that we approve. I wish that we had this level of scrutiny. I do think it's for all other items. I don't think that, we ask these type of questions to get down to unit pricing enough. The conversation, even though you reframed it to just talk about staff, in the context of education, that's where my background is. If you don't have enough students, you don't hire and staff up. And so here you have a budget that would say that you need to cut your staff in half based on what we're paying for, because you're not actually serving the capacity that you can, which is 80. Based on previous data, it's 39, and coincidentally today, we're trending upward, which would be the most appropriate thing for you to say to be able to justify getting the dollars. I do want to ask that you, your delegation here, that y'all give us a follow-up to give us some longitudinal data that goes back 3 years to show how many people are we serving, how many staff persons are we hiring, and the numbers need to match and make sense. We do not need to pay for staff that we're not using to be able to serve the population. And when we think about persons with severe and persistent mental illness, just my ride in today, I'm seeing multiple people just laid out talking to themselves on the ground, and I can only imagine how many persons we're seeing in our facilities that would actually be deserving of service. So I have questions about, the total amount of people we're serving, and if it's robust enough, and if there are any barriers internally to be able to serve more people. That hasn't come up in this conversation. And definitely based off of last year's data, I just don't feel as confident with this particular item because the numbers aren't making sense to me today since committee. So if y'all could clear that up for us just to make it something that after this vote today, which I think it'll pass, and I appreciate the service that we do, we just need to make sure that the numbers are making sense. And today, I don't think was the best showing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks.
I won't be long. I just want the record to reflect, I cannot support this with the information that I was given. Just looking at the numbers here, $438 and some change per person. And I have a ton of more questions. It's just a ton. So what I'm going to do, I just want the record to reflect our support, the intent, the need, But this particular item and this particular organization, I have too many questions to vote aye. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so at 12,273, if my math serves me right, that's about 44 clients that you could serve. And so I would love to see that you all reach the full capacity of that amount. I do support this initiative because there's so many individuals in need. And we're struggling with mental health issues. When you're incarcerated, it exacerbates the situation. And I wish we had more money so we could do more. But I understand that we are very restricted with the funds, but the need is there. And so again, I just urge you to try to reach the capacity. I understand you said 38, 39, but with the dollar amount of 12,273, if you could, reach at least, a few more, I believe it would be like 44 would be the top. But, just reach as many as possible. And the other thing I was concerned about is about future funding. With all these cuts coming down from the federal government and the impact, the need's going to be greater. And it's going to really be incumbent upon the local elected officials and governments to figure this out. But while we have the funding, let's move forward. And I urge my colleagues to vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, please clear the screen to vote on item number 14. Okay, I think we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has voted no. Commissioner Bradford has recused. I have 9 ayes, 1 no, and 1 recused.
Item 14 passes. Item number 15.
Sorry, hold on. Just personal privilege. I have one more question. The information on this past item, the information that was left at 10:15 this morning that I did not receive, looking over it, it does not give me any answers in terms of outcomes and organizations they're working with.
Okay.
And I still need that. I still need that information because we're still, I didn't vote for it, but it passed.
Sure.
So they're going to get
Okay. All right.
$540,000.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Item number 15.
Item 15 comes from the Conservation Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Mills. Item 15 is a resolution receiving and filing the fourth quarter report of the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
All right, item 15 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Mills, can we have a committee report?
Yes, this item comes to us with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thanks so much, Commissioner Ford.
Chair, I don't see anybody from the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy, so I'll be ready to go ahead and vote on this item. If it appears if I need to be on the prevailing side to bring it back, I will. But since nobody is here at this particular time and we do have another item where they may come up, I'll just wait until we see what happens. So I give it back to you, Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 15. All right, we close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 11 aye votes.
Item 15 passes. Item number 18.
Item 18 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Caswell. Item 18 is a resolution setting the policies and guidelines for the appropriation and disbursements of county funds in fiscal year FY 2026 to governmental entities and nonprofit civic and charitable organizations, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. Item 18, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Caswell, committee report, please.
Yeah, this came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, you should have a copy of an amendment. If you would turn to page, I guess it's page 4. There's a line in red. What this amendment does, Commissioners, is first it envisions our body holding a program similar to the ones that we hold in February and March for Black History Month and Women's History Month. Envisions us doing something similar in November to recognize young people. And then secondly, this amendment encourages us as each commissioner to work with that young person to identify a nonprofit organization that young person also supports, that you both support, and then to bring a grant resolution in conjunction with that young person sometime throughout the year. So I'll make that motion.
Okay. Commissioner Wright has made a motion to amend item 18. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Caswell. Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read the text that's in red? That is the amendment, just to confirm. Can you please read that into the record before we accept it without objection?
Yes, sir. Can we confirm that the caption is the same, hasn't changed? The only thing that's changed is that red lettering. Okay. The additional whereas clause, and there is a corresponding resolve clause, reads, number 8, commissioners are encouraged to reserve up to $10,000 to sponsor a Milton Junior grant, which benefits a nonprofit organization chosen in collaboration with a young person honored in each district during the Commission's World Children's Day Recognition Program in November.
Okay. So that amendment's been made properly by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Can we accept that amendment without objection? All right, hearing none, that amendment is accepted. We're back on the main item as amended. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I support the intent. However, to one district or one person to tell commissioners of another district how to use their CEP funds, I cannot support that. I do support students all the time. I'm in the classroom, and they gave me a lot of feedback on various issues today. In fact, I asked them if they were an elected official, for example, what were some of the laws they would make. And so again, I understand that young people do have a voice, and I give my the constituents in my area that voice all the time. However, the needs in Hickory Hill are different from needs in Bartlett. In my district, for example, I know, and you've heard me say this many times, we're the only district that does not have a community center or a YMCA. With that, I support organizations and churches that are doing outreach to the young people. For example, having basketball games at, Southwind High School because we don't have a community center or a YMCA. We're engaged in doing some really interesting things with the parks, which are very much needed for the kids because they're not being they're not being kept up by either city or county entities, even though individuals from the city and county both would love to enjoy these parks. And so again, I think it should be up to each commissioner to determine, and with their constituents to determine how the CEP funds are given out. And again, I have an open door policy for innovative ideas. For example, at one of my schools, they want murals in the school. And so there's a high school that's going to actually do the murals at this particular school in my district. So there are ways we can work with young people, but to put this in a resolution, I cannot support. I think it should be up to the commissioners and their constituents to determine how the funds should be spent. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you, and I know we're on the amended item, and the one thing that I do know that is, I know where your heart's at. I'm not fighting what you're trying to do, especially when it says encourage, which means that you could be the only commissioner that does it. But I will say this, because maybe something that I'm working on that I know Ms. White, Janika, approved on Friday is something that I think that we can all embrace, where we will not necessarily have to look at CEP, but we can also look at other initiatives. For example, the Youth Council on July the 23rd came in front of this body, upstairs on the 6th floor. They presented in front of the commission. You had the youth that watch what we do, and they look at the needs of the county, and they collaborate. And when they collaborate, they come up with a lot of things that we try to do on this body. They come up with recommendations, conclusions. Some have fiscal notes, some don't. The next meeting, I will be asking, because it came in education, I'm going to ask for the resolution to be put in education. It's going to be a resolution basically to accept what the Youth Council presented in front of us, and for us to do the due diligence to figure out what initiatives we can fund after the fact. So it will not require a fiscal note yet, but the reason why I bring that up is because let's just say hypothetically, $10,000 was put to the side. Times 13, that's $130,000. The Youth Council brought initiatives where I don't think that we would even be able to put a drop in the bucket for $130,000. They presented in front of us. The thing that I want to do is at least consider some of the things that they have asked. This might not necessarily be the place to do it, because I think that it would not be enough, especially in a $1.6 billion budget. But since you said encouraged, I'm not going to fight you on this at all. I'm going to support the item. But I hope that when you see the resolution, when we have committee again, it is something that the Youth Council, the same people that could be up here in the next 10, 20, 30 years, they would be making the same decisions. Then the next group of youth will be coming down asking them, can you consider some of the things? And what I don't want to do, and I won't take the last 15 seconds, I don't want the youth, our future, to come up with conclusions that we just allow them just to speak, and then that's it. Let's see if we can do some action, and I yield.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request the sponsor to just go back over this and define the intent and the motivation. I missed that when you were explaining it. I'm trying to grasp what you're doing.
All right, Commissioner Wright?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question, Commissioner. This amendment that we've adopted does two things. The first is it encourages us to honor a young person in each district, similar to what we do in February and March. And then it encourages each commissioner to work with that young person that you select in your district to collaborate and together choose one nonprofit that you will bring forward a grant resolution in collaboration with that young person.
Okay, so let me understand. So we're encouraged to honor one young person in 2 months, February? Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry for the confusion. No, this would be in November in coordination with World Children's Day, which takes place in November. And so we would have a program similar to the types of programs that we have in February and March, where each commissioner honors somebody. So in November, we'd be honoring a young person.
Something similar to.
Right.
We'll have like a Black History program in November. Oh, okay. Well, I don't understand your intent. But I will let you know, FYI, for the record and for those listening, I'm already doing, recognizing organizations who support children. I'm supporting organizations through my summer camps. I've been at least 20 per year, up to $250,000 per year. So, and I think that's a better way to go, as opposed to singling out a couple of months to do something and then 1 or 2 children to do something. I think if we're going to be serious in supporting children, it should be sustainable, it should be ongoing, and it should not look like you got to be almost perfect, you know, to be a recipient. But, you know, maybe I'm missing your point, but FYI, I think we're already on the mark in District 7. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford?
I just wanted to commend Commissioner Wright. I like the way that this was worded. If we pass this, no one's required to do anything. We can keep operating as normal, but it does kind of give us a little extra goal to focus on the youth in our districts, in our individual districts, to see what they have in mind. So I'm supportive of this today. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman. I also appreciate the intent and what Commissioner Wright's trying to do here. And I guess this would be the time for me just to state, I know I hold maybe a minority view on the CEP grants program, but I've made a decision to allot all of my dollars this year to the Shelby County Crime Commission. And that's just because I find the program to potentially have some issues with it, in that it takes a large amount of our time, and follow-up and reporting is difficult, I think, to manage. So I want to explain that and my reason that I'll often or usually abstain on these votes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you. And again, I support this. Again, as it states, it encourages. It's something that we do. And for the last 2 years now, we had the young people out of our districts to come down and also help us identify. So they will continue to do that. But I do support this in bringing them out. And again, to what my colleague, Commissioner Ford said, I like what he shared too about hearing from our youth through the Bridges program, the Shelby County Commission. I think most definitely we need to address that and help support what they brought to us. And so I support that, but I do support this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I'm glad this says encourage to do this. The District 1 CEP funds have basically been allocated already. Just waiting on a couple more applications to be filled out. So I don't know if I would be able to do that this year. And then we're down, I think us rolling off, we're last term, the funds were decided to be cut in half because some were upset they didn't have funds. I thought it was a good thing not to have funds, one less thing to worry about as we're getting our feet wet. But different strokes, I guess. But my question is, would this be turn into an application process eventually once word gets out? Or is this just out there and you say, hey, do you want to be my person to recognize in the month of November? I would ask that to the sponsor, how he envisions how this looks, if there's an application process eventually or not.
Okay, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. I envision the honoree being someone worthy of being honored. So it would be a young person in your district who you want to recognize in the month of November. I had someone in mind for my district who is a 13-year-old who saved a child and just needs to be recognized and honored for that action. And I thought this would be a good way to maybe for us to just ask the young people that we honor, by the way, what kind of nonprofits or charitable institutions do you support? And maybe we can find one that we both support together and do something in a collaborative way. So it wasn't meant to be prescriptive or restrictive. Hope that answers the question.
That does answer my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the sponsor, I definitely appreciate the words that says encourage. But my question is there just an opportunity for us to say that in the month of November, we will honor a young person that is in our district as a way to just say acknowledging that young people are the future of Shelby County in that way? I think a lot of my colleagues have already mentioned that we are already giving to organizations that support education, children, families across our community. So I think tying it to the CEP program may be the rub here for some people versus the idea of saying, hey, November is World Children's Day. Let's acknowledge a young person that's in our district. Is there a conversation around that? Or any thought to that? To the sponsor, to the chair, whomever.
Yep, all right. Commissioner Wright?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for that question, Commissioner. Again, this was just an additional way for us to kind of partner with an honoree. If you all don't want to do that, then let's not do that. But I do hope I don't know what the vehicle would be, Commissioner, otherwise than this, to institute something, but did think it would be a good idea for us to have a time to honor and encourage young people in one program throughout the year. And I think it's interesting to hear what kind of charitable institutions young people support. And so I just thought it'd be an interesting opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I think the vehicle is very similar to whoever's serving as chair. Chairwoman-elect, I think if she decides that she wants us to honor children in the month of November, very similar to the same way we honor people in February and March. I don't think that would be a difficult lift. I'm looking at Chairwoman-elect, but I think the reality of it is it's very similar how we honor others in any other month. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. I think it's important for the public to know that it's not, this body is not short or negligent in our efforts to support children. If you look at our Milton Community Grant allocations, you'll find that it's evidence there. And I'm almost feeling the need now to reiterate every summer. I have 20 summer camps, and all of my money goes to my children. So, and I hear you, but I don't feel, the motivation vibe is not striking right. But I gotta say that the public needs to understand that this body supports children. You got two former teachers. Well, you got a teacher presently, retired teacher. But I would support any commissioner who would like to individually come forward and present a program for a child in their district. Because what I may present for a child in my district, as an example, would not align with what you would probably present for a child in your district, based on the demographics of our district, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, Commissioner Brooks, good? Okay. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
I have a comment and then a question. The comment is that I somewhat understand the intent, but the implication is what I am concerned with. Because, I wouldn't be in the classroom for 27 years if I didn't love students, if I didn't love young people. I work with young people, not only in the classroom, but outside the classroom. It's just the implication. I do understand it says encouraged. But, again, I see my colleagues doing the work. I know I'm doing the work. My constituents know I do the work. We've got a skateboard park, and in my community, I'm working with them to write a grant so they can have a swing set and other things that they want for the park. I've got another park that we're working on, and so I'm saying that to the sponsor, I just think that the implication is what I'm grappling with. It's implying that we're not doing things, but I do think we should honor kids. I love the idea. And then the question is for the chair. So I'm hearing some about the amendment to the resolution. I'm hearing some, my colleagues as well as I am, as far as if we vote this up and down is my question. We're voting it as amended, or we're voting for the amendment itself.
Okay, so the amendment that was made by Commissioner Wright, that was seconded by Commissioner Caswell, was accepted without objection. We are now on discussion on the item 18 as amended, and we're getting ready to vote on it. So
Okay, then my
that's where we're
question
at.
then, is it too late to have an objection then? Because we've been having discussion.
So an objection at this point would be out of order. I defer to the
Okay.
parliamentarian, but what is possible are future amendments. Nothing prohibits a commissioner from making an additional amendment if there's a second, and then they can be voted on. But since that amendment was accepted without objection, it is too late to object to it.
Okay, but then we can bring it back up.
You can make
Okay.
another amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
My last comments, and again, only because it said encouraged. We've had other amendments in the past where encouraged was not used. It was required, like 100% of the money going to public safety or whatever the case may be. The only thing I say is if, let's just say hypothetically, this does pass, I just sincerely hope that if anybody does entertain number 8, that the process is one that does not take as long as it should, for the purposes of making sure that it does go to whoever. And I see Ms. Tipton is here. I don't have any questions. You can stay right there. We have school that has already started for 3 weeks, and there are some things on some programming for the children that need to be funded with what we had before. So if Ms. Tipton can help out with that particular process, which was passed by this body twice, it would be great. The people in Westwood and Whitehaven and Walker Homes and West Junction would sincerely appreciate it. I just had to add that piece. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, Madam Clerk, please put the screen to vote on item 18 as amended. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote. Okay, Vice Chair Evans and I.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Morrison and Brooks have abstained. 10 ayes and 2 abstain.
Item 18 as amended passes. Before we go to the regular agenda, we're going to go to general comment.
Point of personal privilege before we do.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
Very quickly, and I see my father just walked in, so very quick point of personal privilege. Today is August the 25th, and I'm not going to say the word that begins with S and ends in eel because I may mess that up. I'm just going to say he's 70 years old today, so I just wanted to make sure I wished him happy birthday today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. All right, so when I call your name, please come up, state your name and address, 3 minutes. Laramie Wheeler.
Hello. Laramie Wheeler. I work with Just City, 240 Madison Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. This is a letter that we received recently, I think it was last week, from someone housed at 201 Poplar. to whom all it may concern. Hello, I am writing you because it is absolutely imperative that I convey I was placed in a cell by myself because I was stabbed several times, beat up, and also attempted rape at this facility. All can be verified and provided by a sergeant in this facility and also a PREA coordinator. I am contacting you because I already had mental health diagnoses and this incident contributed to more drug usage. On the second floor, an inmate was put into handcuffs by DRT officers via camera and was taken off the floor to an undisclosed location. We were told by an officer that the inmate, he stated, was assaulted and did expire due to spray and brutal beating by the officers. This officer said he is also afraid of his safety and said he needs to be always watched on camera because he's an elderly officer. I'm contacting you because of safety issues for myself and others. So much stuff goes and gets unnoticed and covered up. I just want to thank you for reading my information here provided for provisional reasons which are essential. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 19.
Item 19 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 19 is a resolution appointing blank to serve as judge for the Shelby County General Sessions Civil Court, Division 2, filling the vacancy created by the retirement of the Honorable Judge Phyllis B. Gardner, effective September 1, 2025, until a successor is elected and qualified as at the special election held during the August 2026 countywide general election, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation on August 20th, 2025 committee meeting. Chair, once this item is properly before us, I ask that you allow me to read the summary for the pertinent rule.
Okay, thank you. Item 19, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report?
This item was sent down without recommendation.
Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, before we read the rule, there were a couple candidates that were unable to present a committee. I would like to, if they're here, I'd like to call them up first. Commissioner Ford, may I do that first and then go to you? Okay, great. All right. Again, Madam Parliamentarian will read the rule for the appointment. We will do that after we conclude the interviews. The first candidate I'd like to call up is Joseph Barton. Mr. Barton, are you here? Okay. The next one we have is Dan Buchanan. Dan Buchanan. Okay. Commissioner Ford, do you wish to speak at this time? All right, Commissioner Ford.
Chair, I'd like to move to suspend the rules for the purposes of not having to go through the process of the interviews for the other candidates that already spoke on Wednesday.
Okay. Hold that. I think we've got one of the.
We got one? Okay.
One of the candidates, and then
I'll
will
make
take
that
that
motion
up.
after.
All right, we'll take that up right after. Okay. Welcome. Will you please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, so this will be, okay?
3 minutes is perfectly
Okay,
fine.
make sure you
want
speak
me
into
to
the.
use the mic or no?
Yes, yes, you need to
Okay.
use the microphone.
You're
Thank you.
sure?
Yes.
All right. I'm Joe Barton, and I guess I should start by asking if you guys have questions for me. If not, I'll give you 3 minutes.
So what we'll do is we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock. It's
right.
your opportunity to introduce yourself and why you're seeking this appointment. At that time, other commissioners, should they have questions, they'll get in the queue, and that won't eat into your 3 minutes, but we're going to give you 3 minutes to start.
Well, Ms. Sugarman's one of the reasons I'm actually looking for this job. Her dad kind of brought me up in the law, the Judge Getz, and Larry Potter, who I was pleased to see mentioned today. I used to sit for Judge Potter. And when I was a young lawyer, he just taught us how to behave. He taught us how to treat folks with dignity, how to be the smartest person in the room and not have everyone know you're the smartest person in the room, speaking about Judge Sugarman. It was a few years before I realized he'd gone to Harvard. I've been practicing in Shelby County since 1987, actually, and have done thousands upon thousands of cases in sessions. And as I watched Judge Getz, Judge Sugarman, Judge Potter, Judge Stokes, Bernice Donald, that's who I wanted to be when I grew up. And needless to say, that growing up has just turned into growing older. But I do see an opportunity here for Shelby County to benefit. And I guess this is the point where I say I'm the best candidate, but you guys are spoiled for choice. You've got 7 good candidates. I know several of them personally. Mr. Flood and I worked together back when the world was younger. Judge Larchet to me, because he sits so often, he gives so freely of his time. You've got a bunch of good people. I like to think I'm the most experienced, and more importantly, it isn't so much I'm the most experienced. I've had the best role models. I've had countless good people, and I watched you all today, and I see the good things you do, and frankly, you have some very good judges. They're doing similar stuff. They're trying to reach out and do more than just apply the law. Sorry, I hate the microphone. Let's see, I still got 2 minutes left. I work actively with a group called Battle Scarred Motorsports, and this group is about veteran suicide, and I'm on their board, and that's who I give a lot of my time to. I volunteer with Friends of the Library since the 80s. Sorry guys, I'm a little older than most of you, but that's something I continue to do. I'm active with the animal charities, and for better or for worse, I very much love Memphis. I came here in '85 and was somewhat startled coming from the University of Connecticut to find a whole different world, but I've chosen to embrace that world, and it's embraced me back. Memphis has been very good to me. I don't need a job, but I think I could do this job well. I think I could bring something to this community, and I expect you all would tell me if I wasn't doing it well. And if you told me I wasn't doing it well, I would listen. But like I said, I had the benefit of such great judges, and that's who I aspired to be. And as I'm winding down my legal career, I think I have something to offer. And I'll let you guys ask me questions.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Mr. Barton. I'm not sure we have any, Commissioner Ford.
Chair, give me indulgence. My staff person went upstairs to get my binder, so if somebody has a binder, that'll help me out. This candidate, there were a lot of, and this may have been a glitch or whatever the case may be, but if you look at your binder, this candidate had a lot of questions that were left blank, and some of the questions were binary questions where I need to ask that question on record because either it was a glitch computer-wise, or the candidate decided not to answer that question. So she just went to go get my binder so I can yield to the next commissioner so I can ask those questions. It'll be the same ones that I asked upstairs.
Okay.
I just want to be
All
fair.
right,
Thank
all
you.
right, we'll come back to you. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Mr. Barton said that you knew Judge Attorney Russell Sugarman?
Yes, very well.
Oh, you did? So tell me, what did you know about Judge Sugarman?
Well, he treated
And what inspired you?
When I started, he let me practice, and he treated everyone with dignity. He had so many reasons to be angry and bitter. He was never angry and bitter. He was gentle. He was kind. He knew the law. He applied it fairly. It was, like I said, I'd known him for a few years, and we're sitting in his office. And I realized that he'd gone to Harvard. If I'd gone to Harvard, you all know about it by now. He was modest. He was kind. And I saw how he performed, and he was good to me. He was good to everybody. And when I learned his story, I was so impressed with the gentleness of this man. And I said, that's who I want to be. And I hope everyone on the commission knows the story, how he came to go to Harvard. I hope Commissioner Sugarman shared that story, how he came to be married, how many reasons he had to be angry and bitter and unforgiving, and he was none of those things. He was very much an influence in my life, and a very good one. All the bad stuff's me. A lot of the good stuff is Judge Sugarman and Judge Getz. I don't know if any of y'all knew Judge Getz, but when he started telling you what a great job you did and what a good lawyer you were, you knew the verdict was going against you. But he was gentle, and he knew the law, and he was just decent guys.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks, anything further? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Questions 8 through, well, I'm not going to ask you all of them because some other candidates also either had their information redacted or didn't answer. So I'm not going to ask what your state your full name and present address. Won't ask about the military service. 11A, it says, have you ever pled guilty or been convicted, or are you now in diversion for any violation of any law, regulation, or ordinance?
I think there was a reckless driving about 20 years ago.
Okay,
But my
thank you.
recollection is a little vague, and it may have been expunged.
All right.
It did involve a motorcycle.
Have you ever been disciplined or cited for breach of ethics or unprofessional conduct by a court, administrative agency, disciplinary committee, or other professional group?
I've had 2 private admonitions.
Okay. Within the last 5 years, a tax lien or other collection procedure been instituted against you?
No, the IRS and I are doing okay.
Are you currently a party, and there were 2 other candidates that had to answer this question. Are you currently a party in any legal proceedings right now?
I've got nothing going on at the moment.
And are you an officer or director of any business organization, or are you otherwise engaged in the management of any business enterprise?
No, I am on the board of the charity, but that's the only office I hold.
Chair, I think that might be it. Let me double check. For the interest of being fair with the other candidates, I just wanted to make sure. And Chair, I'm going to say there was a glitch in the system because this was, it was digitally signed, but I will ask, and we can do this when we have these other openings come up. Does our system allow for some of the items to be blank? Hopefully we can find out on that, because I'm going to say it was a glitch because you had no issue answering any of those questions.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that with the talent pool that we will be seeing later, that some of the questions just can't be ignored if that is the intent. And I'm not saying it was, I'm saying that it was a glitch, because I'm assuming you answered those questions and for some reason we don't have it in our packet.
I think I skipped a few of the questions because they said they were optional, but I'm going from memory.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Thank you again, Mr. Barton. One more call here for Dan Buchanan. No? Okay. Commissioner Ford, we'll take up your motion to suspend the rule at this point. Commissioner Ford. Okay, just re-clarify the rule you want to suspend.
For the purposes of not going through the process of interviewing again, I would like to move to suspend that rule for the purposes of us going on with the vote.
Okay. All right. And that seconded by Vice Chair Avant. No objection. Okay, hearing none, that rule is suspended. Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read an overview of the process of nominations and the appointment related to item 19?
The summary for the pertinent part of Rule 35, application for appointment, is as follows. Rule 35 of the Permanent Rules of Order is as follows in pertinent part. The chairman of the county commission shall request a roll call for nominations, and each commissioner present shall have the opportunity to place into nomination one name. Today, we shall begin the nomination process with the commissioner of District 11, that's Commissioner Clay Bibbs, with other commissioners following in numerical order. The chairman of the county commission, however, shall make the last nomination. In each subsequent election, the roll call for nomination shall begin with the next numerical district on a chronological rotation basis for every election, which shall be repeated when all district numbers have had an opportunity to make the initial nomination. Nominations may be taken from the floor. As it pertains to speeches, at the close of nominations, each nominee shall be entitled to a 2-minute speech to be given by the candidate or his or her designee. As it pertains to voting, upon conclusion of the speeches, the chairman shall request a roll call for selection, and each commissioner present shall have the opportunity to select one nominee by name to fill the vacancy. The roll call vote shall be conducted in the same numerical sequence as the nomination process. The nominee selected to fill the vacancy shall receive a majority vote of the membership of the county commissions, which is at least 7 votes. If no nominee receives a majority first vote, the county commission shall hold subsequent votes, considering only those nominees as follow. After the first vote, only those nominees who receive 2 or more votes shall be eligible to continue in the process. After the second vote, only those nominees who receive the top 2 numerical votes shall be eligible to continue in the process. After the third vote, a commissioner may either move to defer the selection until the next meeting or move to reopen nominations. If nominations are reopened, the nomination and voting procedures shall be repeated in their entirety.
Okay, thank you very much. This should sound very familiar. We just went through this last meeting. So Commissioner Ford, I just want to clarify that you also are suspending the rule related to the speeches.
Chair, I'd like to move to suspend that rule as well in case we need to do that for the
Okay, seconded.
purposes of
All right.
making it happen.
Rule suspended to waive the speeches, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none, that rule has also been suspended. So at this time, we're going to do a roll call for nominations, and we're going to start with Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
The chairman did it for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My nomination is Attorney Marcy Ingram.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Pass.
Mills.
Pass.
Bradford.
I'd like to nominate Shayla Purifoy.
Commissioner Wright.
I pass.
Morrison.
Pass.
Avant.
Pass.
Caswell.
No new nomination.
Brooks.
No new nominations.
Lowry. Ford.
Larshay.
Thornton.
No new nominations.
Chairman Whalen.
No further nominations. Just before you call that, anyone who passed, anyone wish to make a further nomination? Okay, hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the nominees.
We have Purifoy, Larshay, and Ingram.
All right, Commissioners, we're now going to go to the first round of voting. Again, we'll start with Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Ingram.
Sugarman.
Ingram.
Mills.
Ingram.
Bradford.
Ingram.
Wright.
Ingram.
Morrison.
Ingram.
Avant.
Ingram.
Caswell.
Ingram.
Brooks.
Purifoy.
Lowry.
Ingram.
Ford.
Looks like it's already done, so I will be going for Ingram.
Thornton.
Ingram.
Chairman Whalen.
Ingram.
I have 12 for Ingram and 1 for Purifoy.
All right, congratulations, Judge Ingram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I've never been on this side of the podium before. Mr. Chairman and members of this distinguished body, thank you so much for this honor. I am forever grateful for your vote of confidence, and I will not disappoint you. The honor of my career has been working for the County Attorney's Office and now continuing to be a public servant in this new role as General Sessions Judge. Thanks for all of my family, my work family in the audience, and my friends for the love and support, and thank you again.
All right, congratulations again, Commissioner Ford.
The Honorable Ms. Ingram. I'm gonna keep it PG rated because I already told you what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna keep it 100 though. We will be losing the smartest and most intelligent attorney that is under the roof of 160 North Main. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna do thumbs up and all of that. And I'm gonna say it one more time. We are losing the smartest and most intelligent attorney under the roof of 160 North Main. I sincerely hope in your new role that you are appreciated like many of us appreciated you. We know you're going to have another journey in the next year where I think the people are going to see what you can do and how you've been honest and fair to folks. Even when people have challenged you not to do so, you stayed on the straight and narrow. She did. She did, even though there were some trials and tribulations somewhere in there. But as I said before, you were the one that I know that rose up to the top. That's why you had all these votes right here. But I will simply say, and that's why I got in first, because we got 1, 2, well, it's probably gonna be 12 other people that might get in, maybe. But again, I knew they were gonna put you in another role, but the role maker is God.
Amen.
Amen. So this is just another journey for you that was chosen. And I'll say this as I conclude. Shelby County government is losing the smartest and most intelligent attorney under the roof of 160 North Main. And I say that unconditionally and unapologetically. And I will yield to the remainder of my colleagues that also want to speak. So, Chair, I give it back to you. Congratulations to you. And before you get sworn in, I will be calling you about some other stuff before they definitely remove you away from 160 North Main. But congratulations again to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair. Again, Ms. Marcy, I thank you for your leadership as a newly elected to this body. You made my process a lot easier, bringing resolutions that I had questions about or needed help on. You was there for us. Again, to everyone who applied, again, my hat's off to you. Just to you being there for us, as especially for me in this role. I thank you for your leadership. I know your brother, who I've been knowing a minute, is proud of you. Frazier, young girls are proud of you to have someone come out of their community and rise to where you are now. So thank you for your leadership, and you're going to do well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say again, just thank you so much. When you gave me the call, it just made sense, and it just really frustrated me because I want you forever for the rest of my term. And so supporting you feels like a release to something that you just rightfully deserve. I couldn't think of a better person to sit on the bench, and you have just navigated these waters in such a masterful way. There's so many times I find myself just looking at you just to see you break character, or I don't know, like you just keep it together in a way that is just very uniquely Marcy. And I just appreciate you for being a part of my experience as a first-time elected. You don't know how many times your council has just helped me be able to just make strategic decisions to benefit my constituents. So I know Commissioner Ford says that we're losing you, but I really just am excited for Shelby County to gain you, and I know that you're going to do a great job, and I'm rooting for you always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Avant?
To the soon-to-be honorable, Judge Ingram, congratulations to you. It is very well deserved. A woman that I could say I honestly admire for all that you do, what you stand for, how you do it, and being a good mom through all of that. So just, without any being condemning, I really want to tell you how proud of you I really am. All right.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so I'm your #1 fan. I can say that because I am. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. You have the most calming disposition. And I'm trying, I'm not there, but I'm just saying that you're not only a role model for others, but you've been a role model for me. I know when I first came on board, I was up 9 and 10 o'clock, working on ordinances and resolutions. And I'd send them out thinking, okay, Monday morning, you'll answer. This is like a Saturday and Sunday. You'd respond. I'm like, what? And so then I realized, I either have to save it to the next day and send it out until I learn how to schedule to send out on Monday morning. But you always, do the right thing to say. And I just want my colleagues to know that half the ordinances and resolutions that I worked on, I sent them to Attorney Ingram. She said, Sugarman, you can't do that. I was like, why? It's illegal. I'm like, so y'all just don't know how many other ordinances I've written. But she did it in such a sweet way. She was like, let's just put this aside right now, whatever. And I started working. But you would never said, this is crazy. You always had a calm way of saying, well, give me reassurances. And so for eating up so much of your time, you took so much time with me. I know you had a son and you always, wanted time with son. But thank you. And I apologize. I really do. But thank you because I really admire you. You have been a wonderful mentor for me. And I have a long way to go. But thank you for putting up, with me. And Your Honor, I can't wait till you put on that robe.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Ingram, it is a proud moment for me to be able to nominate you for this judgeship that you're going to walk into. I know your temperament, the way that you really look at things in a fair and balanced way. I will say you survived us. So to me, out the gate, is one thing that I know how you have the temperament and the mindset, what it means to be a fair and balanced judge. Your work, Commissioner Ford just mentioned the fact that you are the smartest. Let me just say, you are probably in county government the smartest in understanding the charter. So whoever is coming to fill your shoes, they have some big shoes to fill when it comes to understanding county government and all of the rules and the laws and the ordinances that are on the book. So that reason alone is how I know that you would be an impeccable, phenomenal judge. So Godspeed to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so let me say just a quick word that the other candidates, this is nothing against you. You presented very well. Some of you, you all come with great accolades, and so please don't be discouraged by this. We just know brilliance when we see it. And so Judge Ingram, congratulations. This is so refreshing to hear the entire board with the same opinion. And it speaks to your character, it speaks to your work ethic, certainly your intelligence, and your disposition. You've had to give me some bad news, and you've given me some good news, but it's always been prompt, and it's always been with compassion. And I know you've had other things going on with your family and things like that. So, goodness, it's just an honor to be part of this. Thank you for what you're about to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Bradford?
Attorney Ingram, thank you so much for your guidance over here, especially when several of us started 7 years ago. You were here and always gave us the right direction. And to Commissioner Sugarman's point, it didn't matter the time of day or on the weekend. So I really appreciate that. And I enjoyed our conversations at swim practice when our boys were in swim practice at the same time. So thank you so much. And I know you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Morrison?
Well, Marcy, Attorney Ingram, Your Honor, so well deserved, and I ditto all of these really heartfelt comments, and we're also filled with the gratitude and really emotion, so well deserved, and I just send my best wishes and just want to say I look forward to following what I know will be a continued bright career and to staying in touch.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Attorney Ingram, congratulations. I too was one of the ones that when I saw your name, I thought, oh, that's the perfect step for her to go next, because 7 years, you've you've been such a class act, and your professionalism has always been top-notch, even as my colleagues have pointed out, when giving us news we didn't want to hear because it wasn't what we wanted, you always delivered it just as calmly and as straightforward, which I appreciate more than you know, with just the professionalism that has been unmatched anywhere. And I'm so proud of you, and this is, again, well-deserved, and I'm excited to see you in your next step. So congratulations.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wells. Your Honor, congratulations again. It was certainly an honor of mine to be able to support your nomination for this position. I'll echo all of the comments that my colleagues made. I mean, you have an incredible disposition that is a perfect fit for this role. And to Commissioner Clay Bibbs's point, you survived the ultimate test, which is the pressure cooker that is the County Commission. And you did it with grace, humility, and incredible insight. And we have no doubt that you'll really serve us well for the years to come. So congratulations again. I'll make a motion to accept item 19 by acclamation to appoint Marcy Ingram as the judge for General Sessions Civil Court. All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, item 19 is approved. Congratulations again. All right, colleagues, if you'll entertain me here, I'd like to move up items 23 and 24. So, Madam Parliamentarian, if you can please call up item number 23.
Item 23 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 23 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting a comprehensive staffing analysis, review of jail policies and procedures, and a plan of how to improve jail operations from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office prior to allocating Capital Improvement Program CIP funding toward the construction of a new county jail facility. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, this item was sent down with an unfavorable recommendation in August 20th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right. Just a reminder for the audience as you're exiting, please do so quietly so we may continue with our items for this afternoon. Item 23 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Wright, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this comes down with an unfavorable recommendation.
Okay. Again, just a reminder for everyone out there, they're maybe just too excited. All right. We have General Sessions Clerk Sawyer here that wanted to be recognized. I don't know if it was on this item or the next item. I'm going to move to withdraw this item, and then we're going to pull up item 24. Okay? All right. Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Sugarman without objection. Okay, item 23 is withdrawn. Can you please read item number 24?
Item 24 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 24 is a resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals RFP for the development of a master plan to relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, to an alternate location on Shelby County-owned properties, and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said relocation. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, this item was an add-on and amended in August 20th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, item 24 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Wright, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was added on in committee and comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay. First, I'm going to go to Clerk Sawyer and give you a chance to address us on item 24.
Thank you, Chairman. Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. I appreciate the time this afternoon. I want to share a couple of things about the conversation about the jail with the body, and so I appreciate this time. First, I'd like to share why General Sessions is a part and should be a significant part of this conversation. When someone is first arrested, they are taken into custody by the law enforcement agency, the majority of whom are MPD officers. They are brought down to 201, where they see first they go through a medical clearance. If they are medically cleared, they see a judicial commissioner. That judicial commissioner is under the umbrella of General Sessions. Judicial Commissioner Shayla Purifoy recently made a really great graphic on that role, which we can share as well. But from that time that they become in the custody of Shelby County government, they are under the umbrella of the General Sessions Criminal Division. The judicial commissioners send the bond and bail information into our offices, which is then processed by us and simultaneously processed by the pretrial division, which is under the purview of Mayor Lee Harris. Those divisions work together. If someone is able to receive bail or bond as decided by the judicial commissioners, our office, General Sessions Criminal Division, then processes that paperwork. And when a family member or an organization, like Just City, who emails me all the time, all of us all the time, pays that bail or bond, our office works to release them. Right now, we rely, as I've shared before, heavily on paper. If I was being nice, I would say we are operating with the technology of 1995, but we're probably operating with the technology of 1975. Jail East won't even communicate with us via email. To issue releases to the women, for the women in Jail East, we have to use a fax machine. So I want everyone to understand what's going on here. Today, there are 191 people in intake. I was provided this information by Chief Deputy Anthony Bethner. There are 191 people in intake. The highest that we've seen this year is upwards of 300 people in intake, which means standing room only. There are only enough chairs for 60 to 80 people to be in intake. The average wait right now is anywhere from 12 hours to 4 days, depending on what your charges are. Nobody wants this. I know I don't. However, when one piece of paper from the arrest warrant all the way to the release ticket is touched by at least 10 people before it can even be paid for, we are talking about a drastic delay in the timing that we have to release someone who is allowed to be released. I also want to share that today it was issued by the White House an executive order taking steps to end cashless bail to protect Americans. Within 30 days, the President of the United States is requesting that the Attorney General release a list of all jurisdictions that utilize cashless bail. A large number of our detainees receive RORs for nonviolent, low-level offenses. The administration will use this list within the next 30 days to identify the federal funds provided to our jurisdiction and will limit or withdraw those funds if we continue to do cashless bail and RORs. So imagine if today we have 191 people in a room that fits 60 to 80 people. When we can no longer ROR these people in the next 30 days, that number won't reduce, it will increase. We have a crisis on our hand. It is before this body, and I've told you all I try really hard not to be a former commissioner. I try not to tell you what to do. I don't envy the decision before you. I see you, David. I don't envy the decision before you. But I do want to say that while we are talking about what's going to happen in a year or 2 years or 3 years, because whatever proposal you get, whatever ad hoc is created, whatever RFP process is put forward, the fact of the matter is we are oversaturated right now, and we don't have the technology nor the resources, and we have to prepare and not operate in silos so that we can make sure once this executive order hits Memphis, we are able to safely process in a timely manner people back home so they can continue to do better work and be there with their families. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before I go to the screen, I want to call up a comment card on this item, Dr. Carnita Atwater. If you wouldn't mind coming down, state your name and address, 3 minutes.
Dr. Carnita Atwater, 1098 Firestone, Memphis, Tennessee. I am in opposition of this new jail in New Chicago, and I want to address some issues that we at New Chicago Community Development want to address. We are the oldest New Chicago CDC in Memphis or Shelby County. We are a CHOTO and a SCIF organization. And my board wanted to do the following request. We are requesting all funding sources and amount given to all CDCs in the last 80 years to include, but not limited to, the Uptown CDC, Crosstown CDC, Binghamton CDC, Alsea CDC, and Fraser CDC. We also request to what year that the Shelby County government select to only work with these 10 selective CDC. Third, we are requesting all records associated with the land bank sales and the statistic of African American homes, land, and business sold by the county as it relates to traditional Black neighborhoods. We are requesting all records associated with the land bank sales and statistics relating to African American home, land, and business sold by the county as it relates to the historical New Chicago community. We are requesting a composition of all the transferred property or partial to CRA, NPI, Blight Authority of Memphis, Habitat for Humanities, private developers, and those that were transferred in the New Chicago designated area. We are requesting to identify what legal protocol or legislative director that gives CRA the authority to take over New Chicago CDC, which we are the CHOTO and SCIF facility. We had built almost 20 homes, 1 condo, and all those property was sold by Shelby County. We also are requesting an investigation into the 250 partial and houses that we requested to be donated or sold to New Chicago CDC. We are requesting an investigation into why the $3 million grocery store for New Chicago, which was stated in our revitalization plan, was denied by the county commissioners. We are requesting this body to investigate and identify what portion of CARES funds that was earmarked or designated to the New Chicago community. And also we are requesting, did any county commissioner have any private and unofficial meeting with Mr. Kemp Conrad or his development group regarding the new proposal?
All right, thank you very much. Vice Chair Avant.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask to the sponsor if she would be amenable to a friendly amendment to the resolution that could possibly include alternate properties, but that are not just owned by Shelby County government. And that's to say, I don't think that we should lock ourselves into a box of that the new facility would only be on Shelby County owned properties, but that we need a master plan or an assessment, putting an objective RFP on the streets that would help us assess all possible properties. So it's through the chair to the sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Quite frankly, I would be wide open to it. Commissioner Lowry mentioned this to me earlier, and I agreed with him that certainly that would make more sense to just keep this wide open, even though we did amend it to say properties, which would include the municipality. So I would definitely agree with that.
Okay. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Commissioner Brooks's resolution that we would do an assessment of 2 alternate locations in Shelby County.
Okay, Vice Chair Avant's moved to amend item 24 to include any locations in Shelby County, not just county-owned properties. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there any objection to that amendment?
Could we repeat that? I heard 2 and then I heard all, so what do we, what's the amendment?
Vice Chair Avant, do you want to clarify? Just
Yes,
so that I'm not misspeaking?
in the caption of the resolution, 2 alternate locations in Shelby County, and it would be a period after that, so that it is an opportunity for us to assess anywhere in Shelby County that the new correctional facility might need to be.
So we're scratching out the word and putting the S after alternate. Is that the motion?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Commissioner Ford.
Are we scratching out the word and adding the letter S to the word alternate?
No, just, it's a comma after in Shelby County, and to take appropriate actions to facilitate. So it's just a comma after Shelby County. So we're taking out the word owned properties.
Okay. So it'll still be alternate locations, Shelby County,
In Shelby County.
abroad. Okay, I'm
Broad.
fine.
Okay, Vice Chair Avant,
And there's one other location in the resolution that it references Shelby County owned properties, so I just want to make sure that we, throughout this resolution, it just says alternate sites in Shelby County.
okay, and I just want to, before we either accept that without objection or vote on it, I just want to be clear around the wording in the resolution, even with the amendment, does suggest that if this is voted in the affirmative, that this body intends to move the facility. If our intent is to keep all options open, we should change the language so that we remove the word relocate. Because if we want to say it can be built anywhere, including the current site, the language right now does not spell that out. So before we take action on it, if that's the way you want to phrase your amendment, but just to be clear, that is not how it's written right now.
Yes.
Do we need to vote on the amendment?
Well,
Friendly amendment
We can
first?
further amend it.
You can use it.
Let's
okay.
further, yeah, we can do that right now.
I agree. I would like to change the word relocate to locate.
So, Commissioner Brooks,
Wait a minute.
if we just
Hold
take
on.
out relocate,
Hold on, let me finish. Let me go back. Because your question was in reference to moving the center, right, to one. Chairman Whaley.
So so I would go again, just like off the top of my head right now, but just to make sure the caption is clear, that we may want to say, resolution authorizing the creation issuance of RFP for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Criminal Justice Center. Period. Or just comma, and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said rebuild or relocation. How does that sound?
Okay, so you're just adding rebuild.
Yes, so a rebuild would imply the same
So
location.
if you relocate it, you have to rebuild it.
Right, but we're also removing language that says from 201 Poplar Avenue, right, to an alternate location. That in what I just stated removes that part and simplifies it by just saying rebuild or relocate.
Okay, that's fine with me. I can accept that those friendly amendments.
Okay, Madam Parliamentarian, can you restate that again so we're clear about what the amendment is?
The amended caption would read, resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee.
So,
Wait a minute, do we want to say?
so after Justice Center, comma,
Okay, so we're going to take that part out, sorry.
and then take out everything after that until, and to take appropriate actions to facilitate.
Okay, let me try that again. Resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said rebuild or relocation. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item was an add-on and amended in August 20th, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, so how does that sound? Now, there was an additional amendment that was made to be within the document itself, which was to expand the potential sites to be more broad. So the same way we're broadening this,
Right.
we were also, the amendment that was from Vice Chair Avant was to broaden the actual location to any location within Shelby County. Is that correct?
Not limited to county-owned,
That's right.
and I'm in agreement,
Okay.
total agreement.
And just to clarify that caption change would also be reflected any other places as applicable throughout the resolution.
Okay.
Just because a little bit of my time was taken up, if it's okay, I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay. All right. So without objection, Vice Chair Avian moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. You were on as a sponsor. Thank you. I just want to make sure we take action on this amendment. So the amendment was to change the caption as it was just stated by the parliamentarian, in addition to the language within the body of the resolution to broaden the potential available sites. Okay, can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none, that amendment is accepted. I will now go back to the queue. Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate my colleague for doing what she did because it actually helps out with what I passed out. Because I was actually going to bring up rebuilding or relocation as well. The purpose of these 5 is to make sure that we're not singling out a particular area. I think it was wrong to single out North Memphis, and I think it was wrong to single out a Shelby Farms or whatever the case may be. If we're going to actually do a study, we need to broaden it out just like what we articulated for the last 5 minutes. So there are a few things, Chair, what I passed out, but because of what just happened, it would need to be modified, and I was going to make a motion after that, but I wanted to explain what was in front of all of us first. So since we're talking about the authorization to issue the RFP, number 1 basically states we would prepare and issue an RFP for the purposes of securing professional services to develop a comprehensive master plan. I appreciate you saying rebuilding or relocation. That's exactly what I have here. The only thing I would change now because of the amendment, instead of saying one of the CTAS identified locations, I would scratch that out and say to a location in Shelby County. That aligned with what was just stated before. Again, I haven't made a motion yet, but to make sure that everybody is on board on what I'm trying to do before I make the motion, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I did not know what was going to transpire, but I'm glad it did. So I would change to where it says one of the CTAS identified locations to a location in Shelby County. Because I know we brought some other stuff as well, and we withdrew it and said it was going to come back and some other things. I think we can possibly knock out everything in one lick or at least consider what we have here. The scope of the master plan, since we have broadened it, the scope and the locations, this scope of the master plan would basically identify the spaces, the gross square footages, the high quality renderings, et cetera, that would be needed since we broadened the scope. Number 3, I know that we punted the conversation about funding, but I believe now since we are getting into the meat and potatoes of everything, I think it is appropriate to bring that back. I've already stated that that money might not be there, so Commissioner Wright, hope you don't mind me bringing that back. Maybe we won't have to look at that item in October, so the 350, it says up to 350 as well. Number 4, the reporting, I want to strike where it says within 8 months and say quarterly to follow our rules that we have, our permanent rules. So I would strike within 8 months of, and I would put quarterly from. And finally, concurrently with the master planning process within 30 days, the real estate department will aggregate and recommend any other viable sites for the county for review based on size, road infrastructure, et cetera, which coincides with what we just discussed and amended without objection. So, Chair, I know that we had 4 bullets in the resolution that's in front of us. And in order to make this clean, I can get back in the queue if you want me to, but my intent is to take the 4 bullets that are in the resolution in front of us and to replace them with this that's in front of me. But I'll get back in the queue before we do that so that we can have some questions.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I think we've got that. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the attention that we're given to this particular item. I do want to say, I think that there's a glaring oversight, and maybe, I don't know, Josh, if you would agree with me here, but when we talk about sending or preparing the RFP and the concept of a facility, we're just going to put it out for bid without actually defining for ourselves what we want to reconceptualize this facility to be and do. I do think that, if we're moving in the direction of a rehabilitation center, overhaul to a criminal justice concept here, that could require more space. It could require more uses. And that's just missing for me in this conversation. I think that I would like to hear if purchasing could come down about the RFP process, and it looks like this is going to be spearheaded by Public Works. Like, if we could just know who all is going to play a part in structuring this as it's put out for bid, and if there's any opportunity for us to have some type of input from community, from stakeholders, from thought leaders to be able to really put a thoughtful RFP out that is going to get us the deliverable that we seek. I will just say to the public, I don't think that this is something that we can just do on the fly. I do think that as we're talking about the 201 dilemma, that we need to have coalitions that are active and ready to move as the decisions are being made. And this is potentially a missed opportunity because we should be able to really insert where we're trying to take this. And so to those persons that are running for sheriff that are going to shape up this vision and spearhead it, I would hope to hear your voices. To our current leaders within our jail facility, I would love to hear your input in this. To our advocates, I just think that there's a lot missing here as we're looking to do something hopefully transformative. I don't hear that in the conversation, and I don't want that to be a missed opportunity as we're moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Van, do you want to briefly go, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Morrison?
Yes.
Okay.
So I appreciate Commissioner Thornton's words, thoughts, and take very seriously that we have a lot more planning and not only planning, but I think there's, to your point, a lot of stakeholders that are missing from this conversation. One of my plans is really actually to add an ad hoc that could actually delve into what is needed for an RFP, so that we have the clerks, we have our courts, we do have, those stakeholders that need to be a part of this conversation before we can just say that these are the things that should be included in an RFP. So I think that's the missing piece. I appreciate you saying that, but that is something that I plan to do once, once the gavel is passed, so that we can have a thoughtful conversation about what's needed for this community. And I heard very loud and clear, just even from our clerks, the folks that need to be a part of that kind of comprehensive conversation.
If I may, just as a point of personal privilege, in committee, I mentioned an ad hoc. So I'll just make it a point to talk to you so we can just figure out how we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Great. All right, Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman. I also appreciate all the comments. I would just say two things. I'm glad to hear that Public Works is going to be leading the RFP, and I do think there should be an opportunity for further input. I would caution us about, and maybe I understood, but with all respect, with totally disregarding the C-test locations, or maybe I misunderstood the proposal, but I think a lot of work was potentially done with that study, and so we need to include that. And then the question about if this should also be tied to the funding, I really see two things here. We would have a site, an RFP for the site situation, and then look at the funding for the whole center down the road. That would just be my opinion. I'm sure we have 13 different opinions about how this thing should be, but I look forward to hearing from Public Works on the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I agree. I was in the queue to make my comments around the fact that we need additional information. We certainly need more information in order to properly structure any, well, not us, but maybe the individuals with the expertise can properly structure this RFP. And I agree, we need to follow CTAS. We need to follow the CTAS location suggestions. I think they had at least one of them I totally agree with. But we also need to pay attention to the fact that, well, we need to do some research around where the money, what's going to happen to our money, the financing, and what we're going to end up with. I mean, we're talking about a lease here, and of course, I don't have any expertise in this area. But we can lease for a minute, or however, and then we're at the end of the lease, what is our position? And what are our options? Do we have any options? So I just think I agree with all that, all the comments around having additional information, but let's make sure we bring the experts. And let's ensure that finance have our questions ahead of time, or whomever's going to help us put this together or put this together, have all of our questions and concerns answered or ready to be answered at the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you, and I'm going to answer my colleague's question. So, no, the intent was not to take away the work that CTAS did. I just know that the amendment prior to what I brought just broadened out everything. So I'm fine saying a location in Shelby County, including but not limited to CTAS identified locations. So before I make my motion, just so that everybody can be on the same accord, as well as the parliamentarian who likes having things written and typed and everything else, I'm fine with, before I make the motion, scratching out the part after the word "to" and putting a location in Shelby County, including but not limited to one of the CTAS identified locations. Number 2 is self-explanatory. Number 3, if you're going to have an RFP, you got to have funding. So that's why I want to make sure that we revisit, well.
Point of order, I must have misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the funding of the development of this.
I was going to make a motion. What we have on the floor, there were 4 bullets. And my intent is, since we are now broadening the scope without taking any of the essence away from what was in front of us, to have these 5 replace the 4 that are in the system. That would not take away from the essence of the title of the authorization to issue an RFP. The only real addition, with the exception of broadening the scope with the language, is to make sure that there is funding for the RFP, because what has happened is we had a resolution that got withdrawn regarding the 350. No, it got punted to October. Then we had a resolution that was completely withdrawn. What I'm trying to do is, for the purposes of us getting to a point to where we can get the research and have an ad hoc, and I would simply say, if we're not going to talk about $1.5 billion in an ad hoc, I don't want to concentrate on what $350,000 should go to. It's going to cost at least $1.5 billion. That's what all of the empirical evidence has stated. So, Chair.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
Hang on one second, Commissioner Brooks. Just, you finish, please.
So very quickly, my motion would be we're going to keep the amendments that were addressed, but for the 4 bullet points that were put in the resolution that is in front of us, to amend those 4 and have it replaced with these 5 that are in front of us. So, Chair, would it be appropriate to make that motion now, or do I need to, well, it's my second time in the queue.
Yeah, I would go ahead and just get the motion on the floor so we're clear.
All right,
Clear about
so my
what it is.
motion is to take the 4 bullet points that are in the resolution in front of us and replace it with these 5 bullet points. That's my motion to amend.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks, did you want to speak on
Item
that?
number, thank you. Item number 3, I need to understand that because the way I'm reading it says that I'm reading that we are going to pay $350,000 from our contingency plan. That's what I'm reading, that's what I'm understanding. So if I'm incorrect, if that's not the intent,
So,
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman,
yep, okay, so let me just.
if the sponsor could help me understand that. I
Yeah,
want to know.
so the way I read it, and again, the maker of this motion can please make sure we're clear, is that item 3, which details the funding, actually broadens the opportunity for how it's funded. Right now, it states that there's 3 things in here. One, it could have come from the CIP contingency fund, which was, as you recall, the funding source that was in the item that was referred to October, or any other source. So it does not lock it into that. It could be any other source. And furthermore, it's subject to board approval. So that implies that any formal RFP would come back and require board approval, that this action would not lock us in to any particular funding source for an RFP.
It would lock me in, am I recognized?
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, another appropriate county budgetary source. So we're still narrowing or locking ourselves into using public money for a master plan. I could go with this if we could, if the sponsor would accept a friendly amendment that would give priority to a vendor that was willing to include the cost of the master plan in their presentation.
Commissioner Brooks, do you want to repeat? So you're
Well, right. Let me just kind of set the stage a little bit more. I've heard and I've talked to some people who are in this business, who have this expertise, who are willing to pay for the master plan,
right.
for the design themselves.
So I
think it's better for us to look at not spending public money when we don't have to.
Mhm.
You know, we have so many other allocations out there, and maybe we could, give the sheriff $350.
So what I would suggest is that this item takes a step toward the issuance of an RFP. That is, Vice Chair even mentioned the creation of an ad hoc that would look at the criteria, to Commissioner Thornton's point about what specifically do we want. I think I made this point as well in committee, like what do we actually want to see? What does success look like for us? And that could be one of the things, right? Maybe we want to see an all-inclusive plan of some kind. And at that point, we come back and approve any sort of design or plan and approve the funding source to it.
Well, it looks like number 3 is locking us into county funding.
Okay, so you're asking to just cross out the word county?
Yeah, that would take care of it.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Ford?
I'm making sure, I'm reading it again without the word county, so give me 1 second.
And also, CIP contingency fund.
So essentially, if county is struck out, it could be any type of budgetary source, including county.
It could be, that's right,
So-
yeah. And it's still subject to our approval.
And it's still subject to our approval anyway, so I have no issue taking out the word county, because if you take it out, that could still be an option.
Okay, all
If
right.
that's the intent, sure.
Great, good teamwork. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. So we'll strike out the word county from item 3. Commissioner, so we still have the motion on the floor. It was seconded by Commissioner Mills from Commissioner Ford to add in these particular bullet points to replace the ones that are currently in the item as it's loaded. Does everyone understand these bullet points and the changes that we've made to them? Okay, the changes we made to be consistent with the amendment that was made earlier by Vice Chair Avent. which was to expand the availability, expand the potential sites to include the current site and any other appropriate site within Shelby County, but it still includes the CTAS identified locations, but is not exclusive to those. Furthermore, item 3 strikes the word county, and then item 4 updates it to require quarterly reports from the date of passage of this resolution. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing none, that amendment is accepted. I will go back to the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Semantics here, but the first mention of an ad hoc was in committee by Commissioner Thornton. And so I just want to just have the public just pay attention, because there's some things that are happening up here that are a little bit unsettling for me, particularly in committee. It was very explicitly reiterated by community members that they did not want the Firestone plant to be even considered as a location. So I do want to make a motion to exclude the Firestone plant from being a part of this particular development master plan process. And just that is just to honor what was said in committee. I have a number of constituents that are texting in right now who are saying that we do not want this particular process to come to New Chicago, and just want to honor that as active interest from stakeholders. So I would like to make that motion.
I'll object.
Okay.
I didn't get my
second,
second.
yeah, but-
I didn't get my second.
All right, so Commissioner Thornton's made a motion to exclude a specific site, the Firestone site. Does she have a second? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Is there an objection?
Objection.
All right, Commissioner Bradford's objected. Okay, we'll now have any kind of discussion we'd like on the motion to exclude a site by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Mills, you are in the queue on this. Do you want to speak on the motion? Okay, all right. Commissioner Brooks?
I second this because I'm trying to understand the sponsor, and I believe the sponsor of this amendment is the sponsor who sponsored the original bill that included Firestone. Is that correct? I want to make sure my thinking is correct before I move forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that all the amendments that have been made so far in this item have been to broaden the process to ensure that it is
No, not amendments. I mean, the original resolution that included the Walter Bailey Justice Center. That included the name Firestone. And I believe Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, in committee removed Firestone and said to an alternative location. But that's not my point. My point is, the reason I second this is that I'm glad she did it, because we want to make sure that that is totally removed, that it is not going to Firestone. Because number one, that place over there is an enormous environmental risk. We will be saddled with so much debt. And even if we didn't do the cleanup, the remediation, it just the inhumanity of thinking about, talking about, writing about, putting individuals over there where all of that contamination is. It's just inhumane. So I'm so glad that's taken off the table. And it's taken off the table by the sponsor, who actually originated who was the sponsor of the original, well, one of the sponsors. You were one of the sponsors of the
okay,
bill.
all right, Commissioner Brooks?
Regarding the site. I'm
Okay,
done.
good, all right. Commissioner Ford?
Got a question for the maker of the motion that's on the floor. And I understand where you're coming from, because, look, this commissioner and Dr. Atwater, you already know, and how many more times I have to print this off and show people in the community, this commissioner was completely vested in that 3.0 plan and working with Councilwoman Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas on getting some things across the board. It's unfortunate that this body, because of last dollars needed before anything could happen, that money was spent another way. Now, if anything comes up stating that we will go 100% toward a group of individuals that are just trying to have a quality of life enhanced for them, I'm not going to be one that's not going to be against the people. So let me just simply say this. The only reason why these amendments were here is because, and I understand exactly what you're trying to do. I get it. I understand. I also saw the conversation where what we ended up discussing turned into and I wouldn't want to see a jail behind my backyard. I get that, okay? The only reason why I am saying that let's look at everything from an empirical standpoint is because it's got to come back in front of us anyway. At the end of the day, I just want to make sure I have all of the information. My concern is that if we exclude, which if it passes, it passes. What will happen is, and this happened in committee, then we're going to say exclude them, exclude them, exclude them, exclude them. When the DOJ says that the jail needs to be done, they're not going to care about exclusions. They're going to say, let's get it done. We haven't even found a funding source yet for the jail. You're talking about, like we got $1.5 billion right now. Tell me where that money is, folks. Where's that $1.5 billion at? I know what bill failed because of a Shelby County state rep, but we're not even there yet. This is just the bones in order to see what the master plan consists of. We could easily reject that plan. So I understand where you're coming from on your amendment. My concern is that it would basically water down the plan that we're trying to put in place, and we probably have like 12 exclusions, 14 exclusions. We can exclude at the end of the day when we start talking about the money. And again, I repeat, if we're going to have an ad hoc, let's talk about the $1.5 billion. We're concentrating too much on this 350 right now that's in front of us. But I want to listen to more conversation, Chair. I'll get back in the queue if I need to, but I just wanted to address my concern. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Bradford?
Yeah, my objection was certainly not to support the Firestone site in any way. I just holistically want to look at the whole county and figure out the best place for this. This is a long process that we're going to be getting into. Final decisions may not even be made by this body. It may be the body after us. So I just want to get us an RFP, and in the RFP, if we need to put items in there addressing soils or environmental concerns, that's something that can be part of the RFP as well. It's certainly something that needs to be thought of when we're picking the site, because that's going to be remediation, going to be cost of the job. So to me, let's look at all of the county right now. Let's put everything out on the table. When this comes back before us and the results of the RFP are in front of us, the results of the study, then we can start talking about site selection and that type of thing. But that's a long way down the road from where we are right now. So that's why I objected to it. I think we need to keep the whole county in play here. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So there's just a lot, again, going on today. To my colleague's point about what I sponsor, what I didn't sponsor, I do reserve the right to, with new information, vote accordingly. So, Dr. Atwater, you asked who has met with Councilman Kemp Conrad. I met with him. I also met with stakeholders from New Chicago. I've listened to what people have said, and I've made a commitment. I'm literally going to the People's Summit this Saturday to be the people's champion. So when I sat down with Councilman Conrad, I saw the beautiful renderings. I could see the vision. I was like, oh, I think this is a good idea. And then I heard from community stakeholders who were like, no, we don't want it. And in committee explicitly do not even consider us. And so seeing the amount of people who continue to text and inbox and pull me aside with this very much so like no-brainer energy, like why would you even think that we would want that? I honor that, and I do not, at this point, and this is update to Councilman Conrad, I do not support moving forward with New Chicago as an option. And I do think that the public needs to understand politics, because what you see right now is a little bit of antsiness and resistance. And anyone who wants to talk about what I sponsored, you also didn't put the motion on the floor. So I'm putting the moment, I'm creating the moment right now for the public to be able to get a good read on why New Chicago is the only option that this particular RFP is going to look at. If you look at the documents, it's very obvious that I don't care how much language we amend, New Chicago is what this is setting itself up to be. So if New Chicago is saying that they want to be taken off the table, now you will be able to honestly assess the votes today to figure out who you need to work on. Because when we looked at the attachments, and I brought this up in committee, literally every other column outside of New Chicago is underdeveloped. New Chicago is the only vetted column that literally lists out its viability. So when you're talking about this RFP process, it is a process that we literally haven't set as stakeholders to talk about. So we're going to leave it on the Division of Public Works to just shape up this whole RFP process. So I just think that, you know, I come from an underserved community. Politics is at play. It's very obvious today. And I do think that we need to put this to a vote so that the people can see what people's disposition is specifically about New Chicago, because New Chicago is what got us here. And I can assure you that if we allow it to be a part of this process, it's going to be New Chicago. We're going to waste taxpayer dollars on something that today we can say everything is going to shape itself up to say New Chicago. So, you know, I'll rest with that, and I'll tussle with whoever I need to, because at this point, I'm just going to follow the interests of the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford, before I go back to you, I'm going to go to Vice Chair Avant. Vice Chair Avant.
Thank you, Chair Whaley. I think to recenter the conversation, it's important for us to get back to the purpose is create an RFP that helps us evaluate what we need in a facility. Again, one of the commitments I'm making is that to appoint an ad hoc committee that takes into consideration all the aspects, including stakeholders, including our clerks, including our judiciary system. All of those folks need to be a part of this conversation if we're going to really reimagine what we want for Shelby County. I think it's disingenuous of us to try to make it seem like that this body, who has no information in front of them, is pushing for a correctional facility to be in New Chicago. It is disingenuous. I have no desire to put a correctional facility in New Chicago or anywhere else because I don't know where there is applicable land for us to do that. So I hate when we get up here at on this dais and then create moments that really are disingenuous to the public. That is disingenuous. I appreciate Ms. Atwater and every other person that has come down here before this commission to tell us how they feel. But we should also have that conversation with any community in which the facility could be. So when we create moments that are creating false narratives to the people in this audience, and Ms. Atwater, don't fall for it. Don't fall for that. Because on one hand, we're saying we think this great shiny facility is a good idea, and then a little pressure, and then we are thrown under the bus as if the folks at this body have said it needs to be in New Chicago. Not true. It is not something I have said, something I have thought or imagined. Just so we're clear.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Avant, for those comments, because I was going to say to that, my mind wasn't made up on no New Chicago. When I had a meeting with the sheriff talked about his vision of what I think CTAS talked about, and I appreciate the amendment being made about the jail not being relocated, because it was talked about how it extend all the way to Thomas. And I said it in committee, the annex building is totally different from what you see in the regular 201 Poplar into the structure. So it's still the option of it being extended out to the end of Thomas. And so the ad hoc, I'm hoping that brings out all of that in that. So yes, I think it is to say that because it's left there, that this body will agree again. Commissioner Bradford, you just said it. We may not even be the body to even vote on what it's going to be. And if it is an opportunity for the work that Dr. Atwater and they want to do with expanding out that seeing your plan, if it say that mediation and Brown and those things need to be done, what do it cost to be that done? So future developments can be done on that. What are we taking away from that opportunity to learn what can be helpful to this community and keeping it on the table? And that's just where I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford. I'm sorry, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I'm not set on any one location. I've never been set on any one location. I just want to address this jail issue, and we are so on the front end of this, and we're like needle-nosing little things that are going to just stop it. And we're so on the front end of this, we should not even be naming a location. But before an ad hoc, before any of that, we need to have Jim Hart back to talk to us. And not a 10-minute discussion. It needs to be a super light agenda or a special meeting before a commission meeting, something completely dedicated to the jail, to hear from him who needs to be on an ad hoc, who needs to be the voices before any of this, because we're not jail experts. We just know one needs to be built. We don't have the money. That's our part of it. We don't have the money to do it at this point. So I think everything needs to be generic and open at this point. This is just a vote for an RFP, super on the front end of everything, and move forward from there. And having Jim Hart will take Sheriff Bonner up on his offer to reach out to him and bring him back for a set time, not just 10-minute discussion, but a dedicated amount of time to hear from him and his expertise to help guide us as we maneuver through this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford.
Chair, the motion that's on the floor, which number would it modify before I say what I need to say? What number would it modify? Would it modify 1 or 2?
I think it would likely modify 1. If the maker of the motion can correct if wrong, but I believe the motion would be to amend item 1 within the amended version of item 24.
Okay.
Which starts authorization issue RFP.
Okay. I'll just say this. I've shown my action regarding what I've tried to do, so I can show you better than I can tell you. The only reason why I have some concern on what's on the floor is because it's going to start the process that we decided to punt or withdraw again. Let's say hypothetically it passes. The next motion on the floor is going to say, well, we need to not look at this group and not look at this group and not look at this group, and you're not going to have a comprehensive plan at all. As I said before, it is not going to it's not going to make a decision right now on what we're going to do. It's going to be a plan. We can accept the plan, we can reject the plan, we can come up with our own plan. I want to see all the information. There was one other thing I wanted to say, Chair, and a reasonable person, and these are reasonable people. These are people from the neighborhood that saw the original resolution, and I'm going full circle with this, and they stated to me, people in the community, that we look like we're being targeted as a North Memphis area. Then another resolution that came in front of us on Wednesday, there were another group of individuals that thought that, hey, if you're taking the money out and you're saying Shelby County owned properties, then you had the Shelby Farms people thinking that they were targeted. That's why you had these extra amendments being made. What I brought was to basically say, okay, instead of cutting it up like Swiss cheese, give me an entire plan. Also, for those that were concerned about $350,000, even though we voted on $11 million a couple of weeks ago and about to vote on another $21 million soon, we're talking about $350. That's why I said cap to $350. Just we might not even spend the whole 350. So I just wanted to make sure that I explain my concern. I want to see the empirical evidence as a whole, and we're going to make a decision at the end when we see everything as well. I just don't want us to start back over on if hypothetically this passes, then the next motion is to cut it all up again, and we're back where we were indecisive before, Chair. So if I do vote no, those are my reasons. It has nothing to do with, well, I've already explained myself, and I've already shown the North Memphis folks what I've tried to do for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lowry, go to you first, and back to Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions here about this, because I think some good points have been brought up about hearing from CTAS and about hearing from other organizations as well. Is that something that the chair-elect can put in place for an ad hoc, or does that need to speak specifically in the language of this document here as we vote today?
I don't, certainly if you're more than welcome to add language, but I think that seems to be what the indication that I'm getting for Chair-elect Avan is that
Okay,
that would be a comprehensive opportunity to answer all those questions and get those people back to present.
Yeah, okay, well then, good. Then I agree with that going forward. I mean, we gotta, these are decisions that we're making. This is just a generational decisions we're talking about here. We gotta cast a vision. When it comes to that, I've made it widely known, if you want to look up interviews, about where I thought my preference would be. But at the same time, again, that's not up to me to understand, right? I don't have the expertise for that. So, again, we need to kind of take a look at the vision throughout Shelby County and hear from everyone that may be affected from this, and not just one. We need to hear from all groups, and hopefully that's what the ad hoc committee will do to a certain extent. And I'm glad I got my answer to your question. I won't, no need to amend on my end. So.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner Brooks?
Well, so having heard all that, and I agree, because there are other people out there, there's a lot of expertise out there we need to hear from. I rarely agree with anyone across the aisle, but I agree with the lady across the aisle in terms of hearing back from CTAS. So with that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move to send this back to committee for further, more expanded information and expertise from individuals who are involved in prison rebuilding policy.
All right, Commissioner Brooks, we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thornton that was objected to that we have discussion on.
I'm going to withdraw my second on that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right.
And move this forward.
Okay, so there's now no more second for the motion from Commissioner Thornton. So if there's no further second, then that motion will die for lack of a second. Commissioner Brooks, you have the floor, so
okay,
you're making another motion.
Okay, well, let me just say, in the offset, immediately up front, I do not support, number one, putting anything in Firestone, nothing, over in that area, that's 77 acres. However, I do want to move this forward. I want to move this forward correctly. So if we move forward with my colleagues' 1 through 4 plan, we're going to lock ourselves into something prior to getting additional information that may impact this and may make it even better or worse for us. I just think we need to leave this open, not vote on this now, send it back as is to committee.
Okay, all right. So Commissioner Brooks, can you just clarify specifically your motion is to refer it to which committee?
Law enforcement.
Sure, okay. Which date?
The next committee meeting would be what, September 3rd?
Okay, September 3rd. Okay, your motion is to refer it to September 3rd.
For additional information.
Okay.
Including policy experts and so forth.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Okay, it was seconded by Vice Chair Avan. Is there an objection? Okay, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton on the motion to refer.
Yes, on the motion to refer. So we've been talking about the ad hoc, but the ad hoc is a process that can't start until September 1st, per my understanding, because the chairwoman-elect has to approve it. So I'm just curious how this particular item is slated to follow the ad hoc process. I think we're talking about the ad hoc, but not really directly correlating how the ad hoc will kickstart the RFP process or how these two are going to work together. So that's just a question that I would love to have answered. And then I just want to just buckle down just to the New Chicago folks that was your missed opportunity. So when you said no, note that your second was given and it was taken away and it died on the floor. So y'all got to understand procedural process, and particularly because in committee, one of the New Chicago stakeholders tried to drag me. I just want to just take note that that was a missed opportunity, and it was not because I didn't try. So please let the record be read correctly. And I have to double down on this. If you go back to the documents, look at the attachments that were sent. It clearly is favoring New Chicago for this particular whole process. So until those documents are properly vetted and that there's thorough information for the presented offerings, like I will not trust that this isn't a process that's going to look to New Chicago. So y'all need to just pay attention to how this is going. I would love to see if we're not going to go and just completely exclude New Chicago, I would actually like to put some type of stipulation that says we will not start the RFP process until there is something that comes out of the ad hoc that actually will guide the RFP process. So I guess I'll just make a motion that the RFP process will begin after the ad hoc process is concluded.
All right, so we've got a lot of motions going. The one right now that we have from Commissioner Brooks is to refer it to September 3rd. It was done, I think, without objection, but there hasn't been an objection yet.
I object.
So I want to go to Commissioner Ford, and then Commissioner Thornton, you want to vote on the motion to refer and then do another motion?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to object to the motion to refer because I don't think that it actually honors what we've said today. And then would like to make my motion depending on how that vote goes.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Ford.
Chair, this is basically to you, and it is on the refer. I just want to make sure that particular things in order. So I'm doing a parliamentary housekeeping. So the amendments here, did they go without objection prior to my colleague's motion that failed for lack of a second?
Yes.
So if this does go back upstairs, it will include the amendments that Vice Chair included, as well as these amendments for discussion. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It'll go back as amended.
Okay. I don't think we're locking in anything. However, I will say that if it is the will of this body to acquire more information for the purposes of getting to a decision, I believe that what we have in front of us, not only we will not have to entertain something that got punted to October, but will also finally get us to a resolve on what we were not able to find resolve on that got withdrawn. So I'm not going to be against it going back up. I think that it takes care of two other things, one that got lost and one that got punted, to where I think we can have some type of resolve in September. So I'm not against it, but I just wanted to ask on the record, were the aforementioned amendments included for the purposes of it going upstairs? And you said yes. So
yes.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Commissioner Brooks.
I've heard a couple of references, maybe three, two from one person, in reference to what is being said, what is being withdrawn, implicating that maybe there is some untruth being said, or someone is being nefarious in what they're saying. Let me just say this for the record, particularly the listening audience. I have not established a pattern where anyone can say that I have said I was going to vote one way and didn't vote that way. If I say it, you can take it to the bank. That's for sure. And my record shows that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Vice Chair Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder to the sponsor about whether or not we could push the resolution to defer it to a later committee date in order for us to get the ad hoc established and those meetings taken care of, bringing in, I think, organizing and bringing CTAS and all the other stakeholders that we discussed. So would you be amenable to us moving this to a later committee date that we could determine? The next committee day would be the 23rd, the 17th. Would you be amenable to that? And with the purpose, Commissioner Brooks, that the 17th may not be complete by that date. So we may need to refer it again so that we can get through that process. But would you be amenable to referring it to the September 17th date?
I am. I'm good with that, but let me just say this, in terms of the ad hoc being formed and the new person taking the chair, you have 6 days before we have a change in the leadership. And then on September 1st, you want to have an ad hoc that could be ready to go. So, the formation, the formatting, the composition, and all of that of the ad hoc, it's nothing to that. You can go ahead and get that done. Because come September 1, if you have it ready, it's ready. Just go ahead with it. So don't let that be a barrier to anything, because it should not. Now, if there's another agenda underneath that, then I'm not speaking to that. But just to the logistics of the ad hoc itself, got 6 days, September 1st, just go ahead. Be ready with your little ad hoc.
All right, let's take some action here. So the referral, the motion to refer, are we talking September 17th now? Is that what we're doing?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm open.
All right, there's an objection, so we're going to vote on it. Madam Clerk, prepare the screen to vote on the referral to September 17th. Vote yes says yes to September 17th. Vote no keeps it on the floor tonight. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Ford, Bradford, Brooks, Lowry, Avent, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Thornton has voted no. We have 8 ayes and 1 no.
All right, item 24 is referred to September 17th. Item number 20.
Item 20. Excuse me. Comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 20 is a resolution approving a grant contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to implement and operate a safe baby court program to serve infants and toddlers at risk of entering or who are in Department of Children's Services custody in the amount of $585,000. Said contract shall commence July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2028. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in an amount not to exceed $585,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr. and Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was amended and sent down without recommendation in August 20th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 20 moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Clay Bibbs on the committee report.
This item was sent down without a recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question in reference to this item on Wednesday. And, okay, Judge Sugarman, you gonna be able to answer this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last.
No, my question is, I'm glad you didn't. My question is, what is the difference between this item, this new Safe Baby Court program, and the dependent and neglect docket?
And the DNN dockets, dependency dockets. It's a significant difference. One is that it deals with a family that has a child anywhere from 0 at the time of conception all the way through age 3. It provides resources to the family. Now, the parent has to be one that has either come up on or by referral or maybe have an active case on the DNN docket. The resources go to that family unit. If they have a child within that age bracket between birth and age 3, then the whole family benefits from the resources. And these resources are connection with community partners that provide services that an infant all the way up to age 3 can receive. That can be anything from dealing with housing assistance, dealing with travel assistance. In some instances, if the family is in need of an automobile, the state will provide the resources in order to purchase that automobile for the family. In the first year, they want us to limit it to 2 to 3 family positions. So when I say 2 to 3 family positions, not just the child that is in that age range, but also any children in that family under 18. And these are children that are exposed to abuse in the family, dependency, neglect, domestic violence. In a lot of instances, drug addiction, not just necessarily with the mother, but it could be with the father also.
Okay, before my term runs out, and thank you for that. I think you answered it way a minute ago. But, so, just so I'll understand, this docket, well, not docket, but this program will basically supplement the dependent and neglected docket, right? Will those children that appear on DNN be actually children that can go over to Safe Baby?
Yes, if there are children in that, again, that family unit under the age of 18 that is still in juvenile age jurisdiction, those resources will be provided to those families also. One of the other benefits that comes from this that has been shown in other jurisdictions that have it, Davidson County has one, Rutherford County, we were moved up in the queue after we got displaced from our court. And the resources that are provided in the Safe Babies Court, the attorneys that come in on those dockets also would have access to resources for children and families that are on the DNN dockets. Okay. So it does two things. It handles the families that actually qualify for the Safe Babies Court, but also informs the attorneys who handle DNN cases in addition of what resources are available so that they get some spillover benefit also.
My time is up.
All right, thank you, Judge. Would you like you can do your additional time right now if you'd like it.
Okay, I got one question here.
Okay.
Those families, this is real important. The families of the children on the DNN docket will, if they get into the Safe Baby program, will the Safe Baby program maybe reunite those families and bring those families back together, or do they work toward that?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. You say reunite.
Well,
they're not split up. So you would not have a portion of that family unit that is on the DNN docket and a portion on the Safe.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. We'll talk. Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, and let me mention one other thing, is that the resources these families are getting, again, we follow up on them on a more regular basis to make sure that the parent, and it's not an adversarial situation as it is on the DNN dockets. They actually they have to volunteer to go into the Safe Babies Court, and we provide the resources. And the family, if the mother is not feeling, or the father, if he's involved in the family unit, could opt out of the program if they choose to.
You answered it. I heard. Okay, I heard it. Okay.
And I apologize.
Thank you.
You're getting the switch hitters today. Chief Magistrate Afton Strong is working on a delinquency docket this afternoon, and so she couldn't make it. But she's the chief architect of this. If you have
All right, thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 20. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, item 20 passes. Item 21.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 21 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Wright as acting chair. Item 21 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Government Fiscal Year FY 2025 operating budget in order to transfer funds from the General Fund to the Corrections Center Enterprise Fund, the Education Fund, the Juvenile Court Title IV-D Grant Fund, and the Tort Liability Fund, and from the Opioid Settlement Fund to the Health Services Fund, TennCare EPSD&T clinics. This item requires a transfer of FY 2025 general fund balance in the amount of $9,912,480.74 to the Corrections Center Enterprise Fund, $4,571,415 to the Education Fund, $2,280,856.75 to the Juvenile Court Title IV-D Grant Fund, and $3,319,044.49 to the Tort Fund, and the appropriation of such funds for a total amount not to exceed $20,083,796.98, and a transfer of the FY 2025 Opioid Settlement Fund balance in the amount of $566,908 to the Health Services Fund, TennCare EPSD&T clinics. Sponsored by Commissioner Ms. Clay Bibbs. This item was an add-on in August 20th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 21 moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Wright, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was added on in committee and comes down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and Ms. Tippin, you know I won't need you to say anything, because I already know. I'm just going to discuss what we talked about in the committee. And if I bring up some other things, this has nothing to do with you. This has to do with us as a body and your boss. As far as you don't make any decisions, but if the commission votes to do X, you sign off, you cover yourself. If he directs you to do Y, you come down here. All that's been established. So real quick, this has to pass if we don't want to have an adverse effect with the Comptroller's Office, bond ratings, and things of that nature. I call this our cleanup resolution. This cleanup resolution basically so that we can have compliance with GASB, which is your Governmental Accounting Standards Board, as well as the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. This is required. So I will be supporting this item. I do want to put some pause on a few things, and then hopefully maybe down the road we can remedy some of these challenges that happened way before even the CFO became the CFO. So I will state that. But let's also put some things in perspective. We just voted on an item a couple weeks ago for $11 million. This item is going to cost us $20 million out of the fund balance. That's $31 million of fund balance, unassigned fund balance being used on two items in 1 month. We got 10 months left in the fiscal year. The CFO stated, unless she gives another number on record, in committee that upon this passing, we will be at an unassigned fund balance of $69 million.
Unfunded.
Yes.
Sorry, unaudited.
Yes, from the unaudited numbers that I asked for on record, thank you. $69 million is very, very low when you look at our policy. We have not met our policy number since 2021. If anybody looks at the 10-year fund balance, we used to be over 100. The last time we were close to 100 was 2021 when we were at $96 million. So we would have unaudited $69 million left after today. And we got a $67 million lawsuit. I don't want you to have administration, I'm not talking about the CFO's office right now, make you believe that what transpired on June 30th and June 23rd is the result of this resolution. The shortfall in corrections has existed for several years. I know my time's up. Nobody else in the queue. Can I get my last hit? Okay. Thank you. I sincerely hope that down the road, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do this because we have $69 million unaudited left after today to fill that $9.9 million gap in the Corrections Center Enterprise Fund. that $4.5 million to the education fund, I question what transpired for FY 24-25 when the penny was moved. You know, we have to put pennies in 3 different spots. There was one penny that was in the general fund that I believe could have easily gone to the education fund regarding this shortage, but we still would have been short anyway. And I also look at this number. So my concerns are basically $31 million out of the unassigned fund balance in less than in a month's time, 10 months to go in the fiscal year. So again, you don't make those decisions. So whatever we do here, boom. Whatever he asks you to do, boom. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. We can fight another day on some other stuff. But I did look at the percentages. We're at like 15% unaudited. This body did not use unassigned fund balance when a budget was passed, which I congratulate. I was like, good job. We didn't have to balance anything. But there was one thing that your deputy stated on record and stated that we are using fund balance to close out. So I would have one question for you, since that was said, that we're using fund balance to close out. Is this the closeout resolution right here that was indirectly referenced, or are we using unassigned fund balance to close out on items separate from this? And if so, why didn't those items come in front of us?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. This resolution relates to FY 25.
Okay.
This is the resolution that makes whole any fund that was short. Now, when you're saying close out, you're talking about the budget? You're talking about FY 26 budget?
So the tenses were, we are using fund balance in order to close out FY 25, as if present tense we are using. Not we are going to have to use fund balance in order to close out. So my question is this the closeout resolution in reference to what the deputy stated, or have we been using fund balance prior to this coming in front of us?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, yes. This body has been using fund balance throughout the year. So that is why our fund balance is where it is now. And usually fund balance is used for year end, and it's also used for emergencies. So we are at year end now, and we are needing to use fund balance to close out corrections, education fund, juvenile court, and the tort liability fund. So the fund balance, each time that you approve a resolution that says use fund balance, that is what decreases fund balance throughout the year.
Chair, you know my question was, have they used anything that has not come down in front of us in order to balance anything? That was my main question, not what we did. Okay. Is there anything that they are doing that has not come in front of us? That was my question, not about what we did. We're going to own what we did. I'm asking, are y'all doing anything?
All right,
that
and the answer was
in front
no.
of us?
Audrey
That's
Tipton,
a binary
Director of
question.
Administration and Finance. Administration has not used fund balance for anything that has not come down before this body.
That's all I wanted. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I just have a question. I have real heartburn with the amount of fund balance we've used last meeting and about to use this meeting. With the 11 million that we just took out of fund balance, that was for like 95 positions, 95, 98, something like that, for the juvenile facility.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. For the juvenile facility, the facility that we had to fund because the sheriff's office.
Yeah, no, but
did
it's the
not
number,
fund
is it
it.
95? It's about 90-something employees.
No, it was 148 positions. The total amount, 148 positions, was the 11 million. I think the impact for FY 26, the additional impact other than what was budgeted, came out to about 6 million.
Okay.
If I remember the resolution correctly.
I only asked that because I'm wondering if we had to allot the whole 11 million, are all of those positions going to be filled in the year? Did we need to use it all? And then if they don't get filled, what happens to that money? So could we not have done the 11 million and just kind of not take such a hit on fund balance? And then with the education, because the wheel tax came in short, could we, since Regional 1's not moving as fast as we thought, could we just scoot that over to cover this year, to cover this, instead of going to fund balance? And I understand the opioid money I don't like, even though I went back and listened and I heard him cut the district connectors. For whatever reason, that it didn't get put on the resolution, I don't know, but it was cut and that. But so those are my questions. I'm sure you looked at it. Could you explain to me why we didn't maybe see something like that in front of us instead of this much fund balance used?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The way we budget is consistent. The way we budget for the Youth Justice Education Center, they need 148 positions to be whole. We restricted most of that, which is why the impact is as low as it is, because we know that there's a possibility they may or may not fill all the positions. It's the same as we do for the sheriff. This is why we have to look at both of those the same way. For the sheriff, they require so many positions. We have to fund for all of those positions, and then we restrict for the portion that we think that they're not going to hire throughout the year, which helps us on our fund balance. And we did that for YJAC as well. So we restricted a lot of the salaries for YJAC.
Okay, and what about the wheel tax?
The wheel tax, as far as, repeat your question.
The funding for the education, did I not hear in committee came up short with the wheel tax money is what caused the shortage?
That is part of the reason for the shortage, yes. And we had fund balance in education fund that also supported the education fund. We just did not collect enough revenue to do the full maintenance of effort. So that is what this 4 million is for, 4.5. So the wheel tax came up short. So that
Okay, and we can't swap over the wheel tax that was allocated for Regional 1 to kind of, if we're not spending that money yet?
The wheel tax
Or
money
that was
that
debt
was put in
service?
debt
Okay.
service, that's
Okay,
all in debt
gotcha.
service fund.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 21. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, item 21 passes. Item 22.
Item 22 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Wright as acting chair. Item 22 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2026 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $182,339 to expend funding made available from the State of Tennessee's Office of Criminal Justice Programs, amend the grant fund position control budget by adding 4.7 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling $182,339 from the grant, and amend the general fund position control budget by adding 4.3 FTE positions, salary and fringe for 4 partial positions totaling up to $89,041 from existing personnel funding in the general fund. The grant is for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell. This item was an add-on and sent down with an unfavorable recommendation August 20, 2025 committee meeting, and this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
All right, thank you. Item 22, moved by Commissioner Bradford, and seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright, can we have a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was added on in committee and comes with an unfavorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. We do need a motion to suspend the rules to hear this item. All right, Commissioner Caswell has made the motion to suspend the rules, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection? Okay, hearing none, item 22 is properly before us. All right, DA Mulroy, do you want to briefly introduce this item, and then we'll entertain any questions commissioners have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to do so very briefly. District Attorney Steve Mulroy. This is an item which simply accepts grant funds in order for us to continue to fund 4 victim witness coordinator positions that we already have and have previously been funded through grant funding. We are continuing to structure it the same way we have in the past, which is we have several partial positions that were already in our budget. They have been in our budget. We're going to add those to some partial positions with the grant funding so that we will be able to maintain those 4 victim witness coordinator positions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to maintain all 4. I want to stress that we are not asking for any money from the county commission. We are asking for permission to simply accept grant funds and to use some small amount of money that we have already had in our budget, and we are using it in the same way that we always have had. So there's really nothing more to it than that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and there was other information that was brought up, and I'm going to tell you the reason why I voted no. But there's also some stuff that finance on, whoever Ms. Tipton and Mr. Thompson can come down so we can talk about what was stated in committee. DA, there is a pattern from your office with all these add-ons and not meeting the requirements of permanent rules. There are people that get our agendas, and they would like to see exactly what we're going to be looking at. I can understand one add-on. I can understand there was a process that needs to be remedied. But every 2 weeks, I see Ms. Indigaro come down here with an add-on, and it's getting to the point to where all these other electeds, they're going to start doing the same thing. They're going to start saying, well, you know what, if the DA can come down and not have to meet requirements of permanent rules, why can't we do the same thing? I have a challenge with that. But my other challenge is, and Mr. Thompson, you can help me out with this. We're talking about using general fund money on a grant. So can you explain to the body how we will be locked into a number if for some reason the grant goes away or whatever the case may be? And I say that because one time we tried to use ARPA dollars as a grant, but if we pass this right now, we will basically be on the hook as we go forward, especially with this being a recurring expense. You know where I'm going with this? So, through the chair to Mr. Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. From a resolution-based nature that was passed at this body some years ago, grants should be self-funding, right? You receive money from a grantor, and that money should cover whatever costs you have. The general fund should not support a grant. That is a detrimental position to get into, because if that grant funding goes away, then how will those positions continue to be supported? Then they would want full general fund support. So that is not something that we recommend you do. If a grant is received, it should be that. It should be self-supporting. As far as, the reason this resolution was an add-on, I can't speak to that, but I know that it's important that the general fund does not fund grants for that reason. When the grant money goes away, you will be then held accountable for funding those 4 positions.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Director Thompson. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. And Director, that's a good point. So with these positions, can it be contingent? I mean, can we just have it contingent upon grant funds if that's the case? They have it in their budget, right? They have it in their budget, what you're saying, the grant covers a portion of it. What you're saying, there's a grant covers a portion. You're not saying that. Well, let me just finish my thought and you correct. What I understand is what I hear is there's a grant, that there is a deficit, that the deficit can be covered by what's in the budget. Then I would hear you saying, which makes sense, that next year, if there's no grant, then that has to be calculated into our personnel costs. And my understanding is that maybe that could be contingent upon the grant. Yes, sir.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. The DA has received a grant for $180-some thousand. Whatever positions can be funded by that 183, if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 3.5, that's the only thing that grant is funding. Their general fund budget is just that, their general fund budget, to support their operations that you all have given to them. So the grant should only fund and support the number of positions that $182,000 can support. There should be no additional funding should be given to fund 4 positions. They should fund 3, 2.5, whatever it is. Otherwise, you get caught in future years potentially funding the entire amount, whatever it may be, $200,000 out of the general fund. And we already know, as we've talked about, where we are financially.
I'm with you on that. So, back to your statement about the general fund, their general fund, how this elected or any other elected chooses to run their office, right? When that can be contingent upon how they choose to run their office, but these positions can be contingent upon grant funds being added in future years. But you're saying we shouldn't do that because of the possibility I hear you. All right. That's my thought about that. I mean, I hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Can we just hear from the DA's office about what is the sustainable pathway forward if we are to fund them with grant funds and we aren't the receiver of additional grant funds to sustain those positions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I'm going to answer very briefly, and then I might ask the CAO to go into more detail. The long and the short of it is, if we do as Mr. Thompson has suggested, then we won't be able to continue to fund the 4 victim witness coordinators that we have been funding for years in exactly this manner. We will have to let somebody go, and we will have less ability to do the victim witness coordination services that we need to do for public safety. Now, if the scenario that you just heard does materialize some number of years down the road, then at that point, if we needed to, we would lay somebody off, or we would find other money in our budget. We are not contemplating that we are going to ask you for more money in order to keep this going. But it just happens to be the case that we have partial positions that have been in our budget for years, and we have used them to add to the grant money so that we will be able to stretch those dollars and have 4 victim witness coordinator positions. We're asking for permission to do exactly that which we have been doing for years so that we don't have to lay off a victim witness coordinator. So we're basically choosing right now between laying 1 or 1.5 victim witness coordinators off right now, or the possibility of sometime in the future maybe having to do that later on. Those are the 2 choices that you have. In neither scenario are we asking you to pick up an extra tab in the event that grant funds are discontinued. And I think there's maybe a more technical answer that Ms. Ndingoro can provide.
Before you speak, Chief, can you just reiterate the need for the victim witness coordinator position and just its impact? And I'll just make a point. I think Commissioner Ford and committee just talked about how your particular office has come with some pretty robust asks and found favor with this body. But then it's also a point, my colleague today is giving $200,000 of her dollars to the Crime Commission. So when we talk about the most pressing issues that Shelby Countyans are saying that they want resources to be allocated towards, it happens to be under your purview. So I do think that multiple things can be true, and today I'm choosing to support this item and would just love to better understand what is the impact of us not doing this, just for the vote today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So the victim witness coordinators play a key, crucial role in our criminal justice system. Not only do they help victims who are often traumatized navigate the complexities of the criminal justice system, but they also do what the title suggests. They coordinate, they make sure that witnesses are able to show up to court. They work with them in order to convince them to continue to cooperate with us. Without that, without our witnesses, we're not able to prove our case, and public safety will suffer. You know, there's also a Victims' Bill of Rights in the Tennessee Constitution, and as codified in statute, that requires that we provide certain information to the victims about every proceeding that comes up. We will not be able to fulfill our constitutional and statutory requirement if we're not adequately staffed with victim witness coordinators. And so if we don't do this right now, we're going to have to lay off some victim witness coordinators, apparently on some fear that in some hypothetical future years from now, we might have to do it later on if the grants are suddenly pulled. I just don't think that a reasonable focus on public safety allows us to go forward this way.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I
DA.
ask Ms. Ndingaro to address some technical things that I probably haven't addressed, just very briefly?
We have two commissioners that are in the queue.
Okay.
I want to get to those commissioners, and then we can come back to you, Ms. Ndegaro.
Thank you.
Can you wait as well? I want to get these commissioners out of the queue. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was for Ms. Inigaro. We spoke after committee, and I think, so correct me if I'm wrong, this is a state grant that we're talking about.
Jessica Indengaro, Chief Administrative Officer, DA's Office. Yes, that's correct. OCJP through the state of Tennessee.
And so part of this is accepting those state grant dollars and the contract that underlies that with the state. And I think you shared with me that the state, that the contract itself has the amounts of those salaries. So they're contemplating that we do this as well. Isn't that right?
So the contract, this is Jessica Indengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer of the DA's Office. The contract itself, which is included at Exhibit A, on the last page lists the 4 positions. They are spread over our special victims, domestic violence units, and that covers vulnerable victims. So that is elderly people and children. And so, 4 positions are contemplated. The funding that the state has given us would allow us to set salary at about $30,000, with $15,000 or so for fringe. And as you know, this is well below the county minimum, which is at about $40,250. And what we've asked for is to be able to fund these at $45,000 salary each. So you can look at Exhibit D to see what that fringe calculation is. Each position costs $67,845. You can look at Exhibit E to see how we would fund our portion of that, the $89,000. And Exhibit C shows how the positions would be split across the 2 funds. So that's Fund 893 for the new grant and Fund 038, which is our existing payroll. So this is, I mean, math is hard. I get it. I agree with you, Commissioner Ford. My mother is a math teacher, and it shouldn't be that hard. But what we are proposing is a clean accounting so that we know exactly where our funding is, so that we can use it effectively, so that we don't have to bank on having more money than our restricted fund, than our vacancy restriction, in order to hopefully be able to pay back the county. This way we don't have to pay back the county, we know exactly what it is. In the year of our Lord, 2025, we are facing a different grant landscape than we have ever faced, and that's okay, because what I have learned in my time as the Chief Administrative Officer in this office is that we have to plan ahead. So we're gonna know in April whether we have another grant coming for this amount to cover these positions. So we're gonna know what needs to happen at the end of fiscal year 26. We also have something new in this administration, another innovation from Mary Lee Harris called the Grants Management Office. And so when we have changes that finance wants to implement, they're right, I assume they're right. I haven't seen the policy. I haven't seen the 2014 or 15 resolution. They have tried to explain to me what it might say. I haven't read it for myself. with the grant management office, if we want to create a situation where we never use general funds to supplement grant funds, which I would not recommend, we have a grants management office that can vet this through the Shelby County government apparatus with all of the divisions working together, with input from the agencies on whether this can work. It turns out we have a lot of split positions in various divisions, various county agencies, and I understand not wanting to do it going forward, but when we applied for this grant, this wasn't a rule because that policy that they're talking about had been ignored for years. So we're asking to do this for this grant. We want to understand what the policy is, and we want to abide by that policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Ford.
The only math that was needed when $5.4 million out of our rainy day fund went to the DA's office was the number of votes that this body voted in order to do that on a recurring expense. Respectfully, I have challenges when I hear what some of you say, but then another month or two later, or when I go get an incumbency report and find out what has transpired with the so-called funding, it does not necessarily match up with what is said on record. This is why I voted against that $5.4 million of one-time of rainy day fund money to fund salaries that were all over the place. There was one particular salary, somebody that fights hard every other week down here, and that person didn't get one dime of a raise. They only got the raise that we gave everybody. Mr. Thompson, I think you're going to know where I'm going with this, because I heard a contradiction. I heard a lot of stuff, but I think I heard a contradiction. I heard that this group has been doing this for a long time. If that's the case, it should already be in the budget. My concern is if this item passes, then whatever was or is in the budget that we passed on June 30th, it can be used for anything else. And then we're going to have them come back again next month saying, here's another need. I feel like a reasonable person can say, is the DA's office hoarding money over here and bringing all of these requests for the purposes of doing other things with the money? And y'all can say no all you want, but I can go back and get the incumbency report of what y'all did with that $5.4 million, giving $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 raises, and for all those other people that may necessarily look like me, they got nothing or little bitty raises. I have the documents that came from HR about that. I know that's 182. I supported stuff during the budget deliberations because that money was on the table and you just happened to be here. But again, I have a problem when it is consistently every other time we got a DA add-on. It didn't go through finance. Now, sometimes it doesn't go through finance, etc. But over and over and over, I just can't go with that, and that's why I'm glad that you're here. So if you want to talk about that process, you can, but I know you heard what I heard as far as they've done it, because if they've done it, that means they've already got the money in the budget, which means they don't have to come down here regarding that. So you heard them. We've seen what's happened in the past. This commission is getting tired of seeing the same thing over and over again from the DA's office. So I don't have any more time, but you heard what I heard. Can you explain one more time why this would not be good practice by this body to accept this resolution?
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. The funding that you all provided to the DA's office a few years ago to increase attorney salary significantly, to the tune of $50,000 or more per attorney. There is a position that is $165,000 that the DA is wanting to reduce below what you all provided for that position. So how will they be able to hire an attorney into the position that you all increased a couple years ago if they reduce that funding? So when he says it's in their budget, he's trying to cut a position that you all funded at $165,000. And so now no one will be able to go into that position. He came down and wanted that done for all of his attorneys, and he received that. Now he wants to go back on that. The practice of split positions and being funded by grants is not a practice that should be condoned. When you think about it, when we give raises across the county, those are general funded raises, and oftentimes grantees are not able to support those. So when you do this type process, you really get yourself into a situation where the recipient of this will continue to come back for more and more and more. And unfortunately, I can say we have more and more and more to give. This practice should be controlled, and we are trying to put controls around this practice.
All right, thank you, Deputy Chief Thompson. All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote. Item 22, please prepare the screen to vote. All right, if everyone's voted, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Wright, Thornton, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Mills, Ford, and Bradford are voting no. I have 6 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, that item fails.
Point of personal privilege.
Commissioner Ford?
Since I was on the prevailing side, if the DA and his associate come back and it's tight and right and in order and can follow particular rules and whatnot, since I was on the prevailing side, I will consider. But if it's some BS, don't come down here, DA. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Commissioners, we're now at the end of our meeting here. If there are any announcements or statements, feel free to jump in. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, too, as this your last meeting as our chair, thank you for this year and for being that person of good character and upstanding person. You gave me even more to look up to as someone in that leadership role, and so I appreciate your service to the county and continue the great work. I want to just say, to my colleagues, again, I appreciate all of you as we gave a lot of grace to the chairman, even though some votes I may not agree with you on, but yet you still was that person that could be respected in that leadership role. So thank you, and thank you to our colleagues who gave that respect. I just want to also add, tomorrow at 3034 Old Austin P Highway, we're going to be holding a town hall meeting with Merrill Young and our colleagues, my colleagues in the North, State Representative Parkinson, Logan's, Easton Thomas, as well as Chief Buckner. We'll be in Register D. Willie Brooks. That's going to be at 3034 Old Austin P Highway, the dwelling place at 6 p.m. So we want to welcome the community to come out to be with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for those kind words. Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you. I echo Commissioner Caswell's sentiments about your year in chairing us. I'm sure you're happy to have it behind you. Can check that box. I look forward to serving with Commissioner Avant in a leadership role. That'll be starting soon. Also today is former Commissioner employee Rhonda Odell's birthday. Hopefully everybody texted her to wish her a happy birthday. And a week from today is Labor Day, and those interested, there is a Unite Memphis 5K going on downtown. I think it starts over at the Halloran Center, so anybody out and about downtown Memphis on next Monday morning, come out and join us. Thank you.
All right, sounds great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Lowry.
Thanks, Chair. Echoing those same sentiments. Congratulations and great job for the work you've done. It's not an easy job, but you did a great job holding it down and keeping us all at bay at times. And I'm sure Commissioner Avant's going to be calling on you a lot because to understand what the chair's job is, you got to have someone that's been there and done that. So appreciate the mentorship you're going to be able to give to her going forward as well.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Was it really worth the extra $5.48 a day that you got in your check for dealing with all those personalities? You don't have to do it anymore after you hit the gavel tonight. So, no, I appreciate you, and I'll simply say this. You did allow me the opportunity to get a lot of professional development in. We worked around how we could do it in the budget without it appearing as if one commissioner is trying to do more financially than the other. So you did allow those opportunities. You also did allow me to go speak in Atlanta at the All Black National Convention. I was on a panel Sunday, and much of the work that was highlighted in the racial equity ad hoc was not only highlighted to where Dr. Watkins and his wife, Dr. Alicia, who's a clinical expert, she really had a lot of information that she appreciated regarding the clinical and mental health component, as well as the mapping that I discussed. As such, they're asking for us to make sure that we get more work and updates in, so there will be a formal request to reconstruct the racial equity ad hoc for the purposes of making sure that we can continue doing the work and to show where the $5 million is going, so that we can finish up a white paper at the end of next fiscal year so that everybody can share it and we can use what we've done so that other jurisdictions can learn from us. So that request will be made formally, and thank you for allowing me to be able to do the professional development as well as being able to speak on Sunday, because we got a lot of people interested in the work that we're doing here. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Chairwoman-elect Avant.
All I can say is thank you. We do really appreciate you and your leadership and the way you conduct your meetings, but also definitely the way you are able to handle so many of these personalities on this board, really just always trying to move us forward as a county, and that is always clear in how not only do you provide suggestions for resolutions, but keeping the main thing, and how we stay on topic for those things. So I really do want to thank you for your leadership, and I will be relying on you and your mentorship in this role, so I do appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Thornton.
Ditto. It's always a pleasure to see you shine. And I think it's pretty impressive, like your office is so minimalist. People don't really know this, but just the way you move is very fascinating and really cool. So thank you for lending your youthful energy and just being level. When I heard the comments about Attorney Ingram today, a lot of her similar qualities you two possess. So thank you for being just who you are.
Thank you. That's the ultimate honor right there. Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say thank you for all that you've done this past year. That is not an easy seat to be in. I think everyone has made the comment around being able to manage all of the different personalities, and with that, being able to manage all of the different work styles that we come with being in that seat, but at the same time, keeping us moving forward. So thank you for your service for this past year.
All right, thank you so much. Well, thank you all. It's been an incredible honor to serve as your chairman over the last year. I really want to take the time to thank our staff behind the scenes who help make this work, especially those that help us run our meetings. So thank you to Lee, thank you Rosalind, thank you April, thank you Evelyn. Thank you, Cece. Thank you to everyone who helps run the show, because without them, we wouldn't be able to have our meetings be able to run efficiently and effectively. So we know they do an incredible job. Thank them for that. Thank you all for being a part of a team effort. That's what it's about. Like, we're never going to agree 100% of the time, but we can agree to be fair, to listen to each other, to be professional, and certainly look forward to the future under the leadership of Chairwoman-elect Avant and Vice Chairman-elect Bradford. So thanks y'all so much. All right, Commissioner Wright, we'll give you one last word before we adjourn.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, all this love, and of course it wouldn't be Shelby County Commission if someone didn't disagree. So I think you've done a terrible job. Really wish you had done a lot better this year, but we've got 1 year left to correct you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I hope to make you proud. All right, Commissioners, with that, we are adjourned until Monday, September 8th, 2025 at 3 p.m.